morning and welcome to the beautiful Twin Ovals. We'd like to start off by acknowledging the Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land upon which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to Aboriginal elders, past and present. Now if you could please put your hands together for both teams and go Devils!
Hello and welcome to the Kingston Twin Ovals. Representative footy on the menu today. It is Tasmania, of course, hosting the famous Norwood Football Club all the way from South Australia in a pair of rep games. It's the women's just moments away from getting underway, and then later this afternoon the men's game between the Devils and the Redlegs. My name is Chris Rowbottom, with you in commentary throughout the day, and alongside me is Andrew Cooling. Drewy, welcome to you.
A pleasure to be here, Chris. What should be a very enjoyable day of football. Our first look at this new Tasmania Senior Academy that's been put together in the lead into the Devils coming into the VFL, then AFL. This kind of core group of players they're going to have a look at and try and provide a bit of a pathway in there, a big opportunity for them. And up against a Norwood side who, certainly on the men's side of things, has become almost a little Tasmania with the amount of Tasmania exports. A couple in this women's game too, with Hiscock and Poke out there, and a bit of a chance for a pre-season dial-up for the Sandford Club, who made that grand final last year in the SANFL.
Yes, an interesting dynamic, of course. A state representative team or an academy side up against a club that would have done a full pre-season together and is ready to launch into a new SANFL season. So different dynamics at play and probably different goals for both teams too. Tasmania looking to identify the next batch coming through for potential VFLW and AFLW and VFL in the men's. And then, of course, Norwood just looking to avenge last year's grand final loss and put together a really good season at club level. So a really fantastic new initiative that's being put in play, and you're right, a strong Tasmanian flavour across the Redlegs team as well. Just about all set to get underway. Players in their positions, umpire at the ready. I'll hand over to you, Andrew Cooling.
Alexander up against Johnson in the ruck as we're ready to get underway here at the Twin Ovals. And it's Johnson who wins at the first tap down. Able to get Clarence trying to bustle through Sarah Skinner. There is going to be a key for Tasmania in this side. AFLW experience in there. She'll be prolific on the ball today. The ruckman decisively. Simmons scoops it out, but it was sharked there by Webster. Back inside towards Perry King, another with AFLW experience, but she turned it straight over to Kiana Lee. Lee spears one out, hits up Walker on the lead, couldn't take the mark, gathers at ground level, now flicks the handball across to Hiscock. She'll drive them inside the forward 50, juggling, not taking the mark, but getting the free kick for over the shoulder there is Sarah Branford. She'll go back for the first chance to score here. The wind blowing at the Twins this afternoon. See how it impacts the kick here. So Branford, kick from around about 35 out, sends it on its way. And just pulls into the pocket and drops completely short of everyone. Kiana Lee couldn't quite get it. Oh, no, she has been paid it, in fact, just in time. So Lee can have a snap from the pocket. Opens up the angle. Just squares it to the top. Dropped there by King. Back into dispute, paddling away, no one able to gather it, pressure being applied by Webster, and the ball up in a dangerous position.
So early foray forward for Norwood. It was Kiana Lee who set things up off half back and then drifted forward. We saw her in the grand final for Norwood, prolific on that day and a losing occasion. Chance here for the Redlegs, but the Devils come away with it. Out of defence they come. First to it will be Arkin, couldn't quite gather control of the footy. Another chance here for the Devils through Lamb. They can move things to half forward where the mark has been taken by Haynes. So left half forward here, the Devils. Considered approach. She's going to square things up, go into the middle of the ground. Here's Sarah Skinner. She's going to have a lot of it today, you feel. The Tasmanian captain, former Sydney Swan, pumps the ball inside 50. Here's Lee again. She's everywhere early, scoops it up. Oh, that was clean. With the one hand, got the handball off to Arkin, and she finds a target in Walker, who marks on the back corner of the centre square. Goes towards the outer wing in the Simmons direction. Might have been a free kick in the congestion there. Not paid. Whitehead now for Tasmania. Just dribbles one forward, unable to find a target. They work it out here. Schwertz in there. Arkin too. Good tackle applied by the Tasmanian in Perry King. And we'll have a boundary throw in.
You see the wind just pulling the ball across the ground towards the far side of the camera here early on. They're going to impact play this afternoon as it's tossed back in. Alexander and Johnson once more. Alexander this time, but the tap was sharked. Handball found its way to Skinner. Turns it around the corner. Plenty of numbers back in defence though for the Redlegs. Leaving mark taken. They quickly move on. All was chopped off there before it could find its way to Hiscock, who then applies a good tackle, brings down Gemma Webster. That ball up in the middle of the ground. Alexander wins that one down. Well, his own ruck work, but going nowhere. They'll go once more. Johnson this time won it down. Hazelhurst trying to get it clear. Skinner in there. Simmons in the end. Shrugs the tackle, goes to the fend off, but Lamb's got her. And that's going to be holding the footy. Some assistance too from Perry King. It'll be Lamb who gets the free kick though. Couldn't escape the clutches of Maddie Lamb. She'll send Tasmania forward as they search for the first score of this contest. Set up kick, defended by Armistead. And then over the shoulder from Armistead. So another free kick to Lamb. Looking to move it quickly here, Maddie Lamb. Just drills one in the pocket for Skinner. Saw a star teammate in space. Got it moving quickly. Wow, this a tough shot. She can make the distance. Doesn't opt for it, just stabs one in the pocket and leading out Jacinta Limbrick, who takes it nicely. So a couple of Tassie's key players getting involved there early. Limbrick, real star of this team, starting forward this afternoon. She'll go back and kick from about 30 out. 45-degree angle. Sends it on its way and just pulls it near side.
First score of the... what are we? Afternoon now with the 12 o'clock start. So Tassie on the board. And it has been Skinner and Lamb in particular prolific for the home team early. This kick's beyond defensive 50. Redlegs gain possession and another thumping tackle laid by Perry King. In fact, it was good enough to earn a free kick for holding the ball. So the intent has been there from the Tasmanians early on. Inside 50. They go off the hands of White, attempting to come away with it now. It's Hiscock, but unable to break the shackles. So ball up, just inside 50. Tasmanian attacking zone. Rucks go at it, beautifully sharked. Here's Skinner on the outside now, so clean. Hits a target. And they have another chance here from inside 50. And that's Limbrick once more. She's going to just centre the ball. She wants Lamb over the outstretched palm. Now the Redlegs can come away. Handball into the traffic. Can they work something out here? They're just trying to scramble it forward into the middle of the ground, but they run into the Tasmanian wall. Georgia Hill gets it onto the boot. She finds a target in Saywood. Turns and burns. Inside 50. This will be a free kick against the Tasmanians, going the way of Kiana Lee.
Limbrick again, the target there, looking for it every opportunity. Here's Halfpenny, a real star of this Norwood side. And stretching the confines of the ground, but just getting there in time was Hazelhurst. From half back, the Redlegs will look to load up. Sends it into the middle of the park. Off hands and out the back, charging through Schwert. She's turned it over, though, to White. Going nowhere, so that one's wrapped up. Seems like Tasmania might have a slight wind advantage here in the first quarter. Just a few of these kicks coming out of defence, holding up. One down by Johnson. Out after that is Skinner, been busy early. Buffeted off the ball by Walker. Hebner is wrapped up. Tough, congested game early on. Johnson comes over the top. Going nowhere at the moment, trying to barge through. Eventually worked it to Hiscock. Now the centre the ball and peeling off into space is Clark. Clark stabs one short and One's a leading target. They'll go inside the forward 50 here, will the Redlegs. It's one-on-ones inside 50, almost the mark to Whitaker. Turning away is Freestone. Handball was a bit of a risky proposition. Morgan sharked it. And now it's found its way to Clark. Turns back inside. It's Hiscock towards the top of the square. Takes an accommodating bounce and through for the first goal of the afternoon. Shay Hiscock, well, got a very nice bounce. But the turnover punished there by Norwood, and they get the first goal of the afternoon.
Yep, Norwood on the board, good forward pressure. And it was just follow-up efforts from Shay Hiscock that began out on the wing into the middle of the ground, and then she pushed forward. Was attempting to set up Clark at one point and then managed to get on the end of it under her own steam. So Norwood take the lead, 1 straight 6. Tasmania 1 behind. Plenty of intent out there from both teams so far. Norwood maybe the slightly cleaner side in the early stages. As we go back into the middle, tap one decisively, but a good strong tackle laid. Mary King once again in amongst it. Up it goes again, straight down into the path of Schwert. Couldn't get away, and now it's all locked up as Hazelhurst takes possession. She's dragged down, and we haven't moved too far. Now the ball up, and that wind is howling through the twin ovals. And it comes again into the path of Lamb. Couldn't win a clean possession. Hazelhurst trying to barrel through again, but she's stopped in her tracks, and it's going nowhere. Drew Cooling, let's see if you can produce something.
Rinse and repeat stoppages at the moment. The rucks battle away. Alexander reached over, trying to charge, clears Barwick, just trying to bulldoze her way through. It was unsuccessful. Now it'll come back the other way. Schwert and the handball out to the goal scorer, and Hiscock will send them forward once more. One-on-one back there, but nicely defended by Whitehead. The kick favoured her. Hayley Whitehead, the relieving mark, sends it wide and finds Georgia Hill at half-back. Turns and plays on quickly, sends it down the wing. The kick just over the head there of Barch, and trickling out of play. It's going to be last touch, so it'll be Norwood's ball. Barch will drive them inside 50. The cameraman hasn't quite got the last touch rule there. This one's chopped off by Grace White. Stabs one, barely the 15. Finds Skinner. And Skinner calls for the ball. Her teammates will probably be heading there most of the time, and her kick just eluding Freestone and out of play. Norwood's ball.
Sarah Skinner very busy early. 4 or 5 touches for her in the early part of this game. Norwood in possession now. Good kick into Lineage. She'll go short to the top of the 50 on the burst, just through the hands of Hazelhurst. Couldn't bring it under a spell, but she goes in again. Can't win a clean possession. Once again brought down in a good tackle, and the Tasmanians have been pretty tough in the tackling stakes. Barwick on that occasion. Palm down by Alexander. They try to work it through hands of Tasmania. There's Hiscock applying a strong tackle. She's been prominent early as well, and now the Redlegs can go inside 50. Oh, very beautifully trapped by Lineage, but she's been pinned for holding the ball, trying to just get away and carve a path towards goal. The Tasmanians will have a free kick deep in defence. So Whitehead pokes one over the top. So scanning ahead. There is the, when in danger, go to Skinner. She takes a strong mark. So she's at right half back as the Devils just attempt to create something and just work it up the line. Able to be taken by King for Tasmania. Trying to charge her way through. On that occasion was Thompson. She's stripped of the footy. Gone cold holding the ball. Good tackle applied by Barch. They haven't had much luck getting it past this region of the ground in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Schwert goes into the middle. That's a dangerous kick. Too big, too strong on this occasion is Saywood. She marks, goes one way, then the other, gets herself into a little bit of trouble, but He's good enough to get onto the left boot to put Tasmania towards half forward. At ground level is Freestone, but she's wrapped up and going nowhere. We'll have a ball up on the edge of the square.
Olivia Smith having a run on the ball for the first time this afternoon. One down by Alexander. There is Smith, but immediately wrapped up. Prominent in the state games last year for Tasmania was Olivia Smith. Alexander again. Melbourne will play on the call. The umpire lets it develop. Back in the middle of the ground it goes. Tumbling forward by Walker. Turning away now Lineage, but tackle applied by Liana Freestone. Alexander on top in the ruck at the moment. Won that one down. Couldn't quite gather Lineage. Looks like it'll be in the back on Skinner, and the umpire calls it against Morgan. So Skinner must be hitting near double-digit possessions already in this one. She's been absolutely everywhere. The former AFLW player, and she launches it long ball inside 50 towards Haynes. Tumbling out the back. Here's an opportunity for a goal. It's going to be Reid running into an empty goal square, and she drills home Tasmania's first of the afternoon over Reid. Again, Skinner at the heart of it, just drove it in long. And Reid just with the little one out the back gets Tassie ahead for the first time this afternoon.
Now over Reid in good position, got some separation, and good things can happen when you're able to bring the footy to ground. Over Reid, right place, right time. Got a nice bounce and was able to bang it through. Entertaining contest here at the Kingborough Twin Ovals. Tassie with the lead, 1-1, 7-1 straight. Sarah Skinner, as you mentioned, Drewy, in absolutely everything so far. As we head back into the middle. Alexander and Johnson square off once more. Johnson won the tap decisively. Attempting to barge on through, but it's picked off, and picked off really, really well. Forward go the Tasmanians. Off hands once again. Down low was Saywood. Managed to scramble out a handball. Couldn't quite find a target in Mitchell. She went in after it. She was tackled, and they lock it in. So the intensity has certainly been there from both teams. Anytime a Tasmanian pulls on that map jumper, the stakes are very, very high. Kick into the pocket here. Oh, well read, well picked up. Nice skills too. Lineage takes the mark, straddling the boundary line. She just pokes a pass up the line, unable to be taken, and it's going to be all wrapped up. A whistle eventually comes. Up it goes. Rugs go at it. Out of the congestion. We work through hands here by Norwood. Off half back. Ugly sort of a kick, but good enough to find the chest of Simmons. She just tries to finesse a pass up the line. Well, it was a good kick, but unable to be gobbled up by Walker, who just spilt the beans at the last minute. Ground level now. Maybe Clark getting into the back of her opponent. Umpire said no, and I think Libby Haynes was a little unlucky there as Clark went for a ride. Well, ball in, a ball up, I should say, in front of the interchange benches. Off the tap, taken heavily was Barwick. And it's going to be all locked up once more.
Crunching tackle there from Jasmine Egan. Halfpenny doing some ruck work now. Lamb, the tackling pressure has been immense here in the opening quarter. Good job around the ball, applying pressure. Picking up Armistead there. Freestone up against Halfpenny. Able to gather Barwick. Another stoppage coming here. Umpire gives it a while and eventually calls for it. Halfpenny won it down, but see the opposition. Clark turning onto it. The third stoppage in quick succession. Stoppage late an opening to this one as we tick towards quarter time break. Tasmania up by a point. White eventually clears the congestion, sends it towards half forward, but that was really well done by Kiana Lee. Just out pointing Saywood there. Drives it into the middle. Kick just a bit too much on it though for Hazelhurst. Spills out the back. Webster Now it's Baldwin. Will send Tasmania forward, but again chopped off there by Kiana Lee. Posing presence in defence, gets it moving quickly and found Lynn Edge. Edge sends it wide. Turning inside was Olivia Smith. Just too much on the kick though. Miss Saywood out the back for Lamb. Thought about going off the deck, but had nothing ahead of her, so instead just waits, and then he's brought down, and there'll be a ball up just outside the forward 50.
How good's Kiana Lee been in defence? She's been a rock, and her skills have been very good as well. Kick out of the congestion here from Saywood. Forward 54, Tasmania getting in after it at ground level. Receiving the handball there was Arkin. Outside of the boot, makeshift kick from Egan out towards the boundary. Getting there first though is Morgan. It almost sat up and are nearly able to make it work with the Redlegs, but not quite. 7 plays 6. Devils with a slender advantage at a windy Twin Ovals. In it comes. Underneath it was Johnson, but being able to gather was Simmons. They work it through hands. They've done that well. Oh, and showing some real toe was Morgan for the Redlegs. Evades a couple of tacklers and then goes up the line. Can't hit a target. She'll turn it over, but some individual brilliance. Here's Mackenzie Banks. One of the young stars of this Tasmanian lineup. She just concedes a little bit of ground. Happy to go to Whitehead at half-back. I'll play a little bit of kick-to-kick here, the Tasmanians. So hemmed in here, the Devils. I'll go long up the line. Looking for a target. It was over the hands of Hill at ground level now, and it's Hazelhurst applying the tackle. Umpire just lets it go for a moment, but it's going nowhere. And we'll have another stoppage outer side of the ground. Good little crowd starting to build as well at the Twin Ovals. Over the top, Johnson, decisive in the taps, and again showing some dash was Morgan. Inside 50 go the Redlegs. Oh, almost a good strong mark taken, unable to be completed. Chance here though for Norwood. Evasive here is Hebner. He goes outside of the boot, unable to force a score. Tassie defence does well to mop things up, and there's the siren. So a low-scoring first term sees Tasmania take a slender 1-point advantage into the quarter-time break. 1-1-7 the Devils. Norwood 1 straight 6, but the wind a factor at the Twin Ovals. Andrew Cooling.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see at half-time just how much of a factor. Norwood probably going to the tougher end that quarter. It was interesting seeing the differences in styles, I think, between the two teams there. Tasmania quite considered and patient with the ball movement off half-back. Happy to chip the ball and take short kicking options. The Redlegs perhaps looking to run the ball and run and gun a little more off half-back. We saw Morgan take off a few times. Hiscox showed a good turn of speed, but a really tight battle. Plenty of congestion in the midfield, as you always expect, and a good contest so far.
Certainly has been. So just the 2 goal kickers. Shay Hiscock for Norwood, the only goal kicker, and Ava Reid, the only goal kicker for Tasmania. Tassie leading by 1 point at the first change. We'll take a very short break and be back in just a few moments. Second term just moments away from getting underway here at the Kingston Twin Ovals between Tasmania and Norwood. The women's game, of course. And it is the Tasmanians with that slender 1-point advantage as we await for things to get underway. Sarah Skinner, prolific for the home team. And Kiana Lee of half-back, combining with Shay Hiscock on a couple of occasions. Probably the two best for the visitors so far. A couple of Tasmanians, as we've mentioned as well, Candice Belbin and Ellie Pope making the trip down, representing their New South Australian side. But what a chance here for so many of these players to put their name in lights and audition for bigger things to come. Ball held aloft in the middle of the Kingston Twin Ovals. Rucks go at it once again. Johnson again with a decisive tap straight into the path of Sarah Skinner, who thumps it forward for Tasmania, and wonderful juggling mark taken by Haynes, who marks 45 metres out from goal on a slight angle. So let's see what this wind is doing for Libby Haynes. She's going to poke past on the lead. Nice footy from the Tasmanians, and on the charge is Molly Mitchell. Marks on her chest, and she will go back and have a shot for goal. So Mitchell looking to add the second for Tasmania within the first minute of proceedings here in the second quarter. On the approach, oh, it was an ugly old potato sack of a kick. It might just bounce through. No, it was touched. I thought it defied all logic there for a moment, but there was a fingertip on the footy. So first score of the second term, Tasmania increased the lead by 1. They're 1-8. Norwood 1 straight 6.
So the Redlegs look to rebound, launched that one into the path of Walker. Didn't quite complete the mark, umpire calling for it. Just in conversation with the boundary umpire here. It'll be a ball up. Tossed up, attacking Tasmania, but clearing it was Hiscock. In the first quarter, tumbling ball towards Baldwin. The numbers, though, favouring the Redlegs. Handball inside to Belbin. Belbin scooped a handball there to Armistead. She was stripped of the football. Pressure applied by Belbin. Spills out the back to Saywood. Now Tasmania into the middle, where Lucy Thompson takes the mark. Keeps things moving quickly. It's a nice ball to Jacinta Limbrick. Limbrick driving Tasmania inside the forward 50. Dropping the mark was Branford. Gould with a bit of a rash clearance straight to Sarah Skinner, continuing to just rack up the possessions here, and she finds Gemma Webster. Too far out to score Webster, so she guides one into the pocket. Off penny over the top. Sorry, it was Kiana Lee who clears the area, but guess who's got it once again? Sarah Skinner drives Tasmania forwards. Off the hands there of Simmons. Reed for Tasmania, kick to goal in the opening quarter, applies some pressure here. That's a good, strong tackle. Umpire says I'll ball it up.
Maybe a smidge lucky there. It was Nicola Burns. But Sarah Skinner, 3 disposals early in this second term to continue a red-hot start. Out of the congestion there was Webster, unable to carve a path, and now Norwood can come away with it through Branford. This dash that they've shown, unable to pierce the Tasmanian defence on this occasion. Risky kick into the middle, but it's going to come off here for the Devils. White, the beneficiary, kicks inside 50, off hands. Norwood defence under siege here. Lee goes in hard with the one-handed scoop. Kick out of the congestion from Thompson. He's missing a minor score. So they're getting it inside 50 here. The Tasmanians early on in this second term. They go to 139, a 3-point advantage over the Redlegs. 1 straight. Sarah Skinner has brought her own footy to the Kingston Twin Ovals. I wonder if there'll be a move made there, a tagging roll. One of the Norwood midfielders. Now to full back they come. That's a nice mark in the hands from Kate Alexander, the ruck. Not much of a kick though. Dribbles toward the wings. Skinner, possession number 4 for the term. She's turned it over.
Plenty of speed on the game here to start quarter number 2, but plenty of turnovers as well. The ball pinging one way and then the other. The Redlegs trying to get something building, but again they've coughed it up, and again it's Skinner. He's just going to slow things down a tad. Assess her options. Plenty of numbers back here for the Redlegs. She drives it up towards the half-forward line. It was a good kick. Couldn't quite complete the mark over Reed. Paddle along the wing. Umpire says a throw. So a free kick going the way of Reed. Skirts inside and tumbles one inside the forward 50. Almost found its way there for Haynes. Alexander applying the pressure on Perry King. Wraps her up. Umpire calls for it. Tasmania doing the bulk of the attacking here early in quarter number 2. Extend their lead. And a second goal of the afternoon. Here's Reed, kick there first. How about this one bounce? It goes away from the goal. Big one-on-one contest here. Pressure being applied by Limbrick, but defence from the Redlegs. Branford turned back into trouble. Just got it away. By hand they were good there. Gould outside finds Belbin. Composure back there for Norwood. Not a particularly good kick that one though. King might have infringed. Umpire says play on. Handball from Baldwin back into trouble. Scooped out the back. King. As the ball stuck between her legs, just burrowing through there. Trying to come out the other side was Hiscock, but eventually the umpire will take back over.
Like a rugby maul. It's a hot potato, this footy at the moment. Simmons can't quite get it under her spell. Quick kick out of the congestion. Gains about 15 metres of territory for the Tasmanians. Maddie Lamb goes in after it. Hiscock's been prominent. Her kick wasn't the required 15. A little ball inside 50. Met on the bounce though. Coming away with it now, Branford for the Redlegs. Chips one up the line. Unable to find a target. Off the hands of Freestone. They go in after it again. They're just working it forward any which way. This time Whittaker eludes Kelsey Hill for the Tasmanians. She's got a problem. Norwood players abound. Inside 50 now goes Walker. Can she find a target? She can. And who else but Kiana Lee, who's gone forward to start this second term. The Norwood champ is going to have a shot for goal here. And you'd probably just about back her in. The distance will be the query. But she might have a bit of breeze at her back. The leads come. She's going to ignore those. On the runway, she makes her approach. Normally a good striker of the footy. Isn't a bad looking kick, but it's just going to miss to the far side. A minor score. Norwood's first of the term. They go to 1-1-7, trailing Tasmania by 2.
First time they've been able to kind of get past halfway. They've been turning the ball over off half back, and they get some forward pressure going here. Put the Tasmanian defence under pressure. Halfpenny and Belbin lurking here, but Tasmanians will charge out through King. Just about kept it in play. Tough one there for the ruck. Johnson to stoop down and gather. Diving over the top with Smith. Yeah, ball up. Attacking forward for the Redlegs. Halfpenny back into the ruck here, but tapped over the line. Umpire says throw it in. Halfpenny spelling Alexander in the ruck at the moment. Johnson still in there for Tasmania. Johnson won that one down, but won it straight to Clark. Flicked it inside to Branford. Branford handball there to Morgan. Now forward by Egan. Spoil there in defence by White. High contact there, and the umpire agrees. Taking the advantage was Olivia Smith, and she flicked it to Lamb. Lamb now heads down the wing. They've got some numbers here. Trying to gather Thomas. One back by the Redlegs, although interjecting with Skinner. Sends it towards the half-forward line. Bouncing off the boot there of Saywood. Tough contact there. Skinner coming through. Lamb on top of it once more.
Oh, how about the collision? I think it was Barch and Skinner. They both just looked a little rattled for a moment, but they're both up on their feet, which is good to see. That was just good, tough footy. They like to go by hand to the Redlegs. Try to chain it up and get things moving. Unable to make the connection On this occasion, though, is Hiscock, who has been one of Norwood's best so far this afternoon. Skinner looks to be setting up back off the back of the pack behind the ball, perhaps. Wrenching it out of there, doing really, really well was Barwick. Had it stripped in the ends, couldn't quite come away with it. Diving in was Smith, fighting hard at ground level, both teams here. Gemma Webster gets all over her opponent in Halfpenny, who dragged up by Belbin, Tasmanian. Now she's in the ruck, wins it down. Nice hands, outside of the boot, high ball, having to just stand underneath it and wait was Freestone. She couldn't complete the mark and then she had it knocked away, but has another opportunity here. Can't get the handball away and finds the safety of the boundary line. It'll be a Norwood ball, I think. Last touch. So this will be Hiscock to take the free kick right in front of the Tassie bench. But she had two options and she missed them both in the end, and now it's up to Clark to go and try and mop things up. She lays the tackle and forces a stoppage. Skinner at the bottom as per usual. Bucks go at it once again. Nobody able to win clean possession until Brianna Barwick did, and then Skinner lurking on the outside received the handball. Hiscock's all over her. And she's taken over the boundary line. So another stoppage. Tassie by 2 points.
Sauces it back into play. Johnson knocking down. Lamb brought down without the football. We'll get the free kick. And a blatant one there. So Maddie Lamb been impressive for Tasmania in the middle, applying plenty of pressure. She drives one here looking for Thomas. Was spoiled away from her though by Burns. Climbing on top, Schwert. Still we await first goal of the second quarter. Tough battle developing out there. One down by Alexander, but straight to the opposition. Skinner sends it out wide. Stay in play. It turns towards forward 50 for Tassie, and Perry King just helps it on its way. Sends it towards Molly Mitchell. Couldn't gather it under pressure from Ashley Gould. Opportunity on forward 50 stoppage here for Tasmania. So they look to get second goal of the afternoon. Kicking against a slight wind here in the second term. Alexander right down, boundary side. King again, just gaining a little bit of territory deep inside the forward 50 here. A bit of confusion here amongst the players of what the setup is. Tossed in, of course. Last touch is between the arcs, the forward 50 arcs. This one's through the breadbasket of Barch, then turns into some trouble. The pressure applied by Thomas, but worked it nicely into Halfpenny, who clears the area, but cleared it straight to Georgia Hill.
Wasn't a great kick from Halfpenny. Hill gobbles up the intercept mark, and now she sends Tasmania inside 50. That is a good mark. Kiana Lee, the veteran, just doing Kiana Lee things, standing tall. She puts her teammate Simmons under a little bit of pressure. Here's Smith for Tasmania. Can she find a target inside 50? She can. Ava Reid, a chance to kick a second.
She's been the target inside forward 50, hasn't she, Reid? Quite elusive down there. Gets separation from a defender very nicely.
There's not much of her, it has to be said. So she's able to find the gaps, and she's a crafty young player, is Ava Reid. Big chance here to kick a second major for the Devils. Makes no mistake, pops it through. Ava Reid has a couple. Tasmania has their second, and they extend the margin. Well played, Devils.
Yeah, deserves a goal this quarter. They've had plenty of the ball inside forward 50. Certainly spent more time up there into the ground than Norwood has, despite it probably being the tougher end to attack. But for the first 5 or 6 minutes, the ball lived down there. Couldn't get anything to show for it. Norwood had the better of the next little period, but last 5 minutes you felt the Tasmania being getting on top and get some reward on the scoreboard for it now.
Yeah, you can see what Norwood are trying to do, chain it up through handballs and get that run and gun game, but Tasmania have been really good in breaking it up and then getting them back the other way.
So back to the middle, Tasmania with an 8-point advantage. Johnson and Alexander to resume their battle. Johnson won that one down to Belbin. And take it cleanly. Skinner on the bottom of the pack. Alexander climbed into it back, I thought. The umpire disagrees. We'll toss it up again. Alexander with some good body work. Try and win her own clearance here, but lost it to Skinner. Skinner tumbles one on the left towards the half-forward line, leading out towards it, Maddie Lamb. Most accommodating bounce for her. Eventually tracks it down. Didn't have much support. Was taken down by the Tasmanian Poke. First involvement in the game there. With some pressure. Now she'll go again. Poke swept the handball back inside. Clark stoops to gather. Thomas collects her and gets into her back. So a free kick will go the way of Clark. Some Redlegs look to build off half-back. It's probably been the area it's broken down from a little in quarter number 2. Just their ball use coming off the half-back line, but a little untidy. Once Belbin on this occasion. Belbin heads wide. Juggling the mark was Morgan. She shows plenty of dash once again, but couldn't get rid of it. Brought down. Free kick Tassie. And once again, it's Sarah Skinner. Waste no time. Sends it over the top. That's a good ball to Limbrick. Flicked it over to Lamb. Lamb will send them inside the forward 50. Bounces just inside. Good pressure from Haynes. And wins the holding the ball decision to boot.
Yeah, this is good from Tassie, and they just gave the Redlegs a little taste of their own medicine with the handball game, getting things moving quickly, and now another chance. The kick is no good, and Kiana Lee, once again, she is proving an irresistible force. Down in defence, kicks beyond defensive 50. Belbin at the fall, gets it up to Morgan, who wants to just go, go, go on all occasions. They work it through hand once again here, the Redlegs, but there's a big green wall in the middle of the ground that they can't get through. Crunching tackle laid. This is good, tough footy now. Morgan goes in once more. Can they craft something now, the Redlegs? Just losing the handle. Once again, it'll be Tasmania coming away with it. Scrappy ball inside 50. Diving attempt down low by Thompson. Just eluded her. They forced the stoppage. And every time Norwood have tried to get on their bike and carve the Tasmanians up through the middle, they've been met with fierce resistance. Alexander palms it down. Halfpenny tracks it. She's taken in a good tackle by Barwick. Did well not to give away the free kick. Players converge. We'll have another stoppage, edge of the 50-metre line. Tassie 2-3-15, leading Norwood 1-1-7. Deep into this second term now. As they scramble in once more. Another strong tackle laid, but doing well to get the hands free. Freestone tries to just thump it forward. Going in hard was Thomas in the helmet. She's taken the ground. There might be a free kick here, in fact. No? Yes? No. A ball up. And it once again, and again this handball game, they get it together. Hebner slaps it into the middle of the ground, but again Tasmania are able to stand tall and rebound, but can't force an opportunity on this occasion. Alexander the ruck gets in the way, goes wide, out to Morgan at half back. Nice pass up the line to Belbin. She wants to get and go, and she's mowed on down. Tasmania's pressure has been exceptional. Perry King, one of the better tacklers in this team. Shows up with the goods once again up the line. The kick's no good. Turned over straight into the hands of Egan.
Jasmine Egan, the final 90 seconds of the half here. Can the Redlegs get something going? The target there was Hazelhurst. She was opposed to about 4 Tasmanians though. In the end, lays a tackle to hold things up. Probably a good result given the outnumber. Redlegs trying to get something going late. Look at the wind take a hold of that one. Straight into the hands of Freestone. The Norwood ball and a chance for a late score perhaps. Stabs it short. to Emma Clark. Clark looks to play on a bit of trouble. It was good enough to get around Skinner, then floats one in there. Swirling breeze and hit the wall of wind there. Kick going to come right back from whence it came. The middle of the ground on her own is Gould. Plays on. Haynes applies the pressure. Gould driving it deep. Through the hands there towards Freestone, who clears it out the back. And in the end, marked by Arkin. And Arkin immediately points at the big sticks and says, I've got the journey in me. The wind getting stronger by the moment here. In the last 2 minutes, it's impacted some kicks quite fiercely. We'll see the impact on this one. Sophie Arkin will kick around about 40 out. Has the journey. A wonderful goal there from Sophie Arkin. She was confident, immediately pointed at the big sticks upon marking that ball. She knew she had the journey. And the final act of the second quarter here is going to be a Norwood goal to cut the margin back to 1 point the difference at half-time. A huge moment there on the stroke of half-time, Chris Rowbottom.
Certainly was, and you're right, the confidence to take the mark, point Goldwood, and you could hear the wind in the effects mics just howling through the twin ovals, and she knew she had a little bit of breeze at her back and went back and slotted the clutch goal just on the siren. So, yeah, that was a significant play for Norwood, who just pegged back this margin to just 2 points going into half-time. I thought Tasmania probably had the better of the second quarter. They seemed to have most of the forays forward and most of the chances on goal, but it was Norwood striking late to just bring the margin back to 2 points. So Tasmania 2-3-15 to Norwood's 2-1-13 at half-time. Most prominent players at this stage, Andrew Cooling. I don't think we can go past Sarah Skinner for Tasmania, who has been absolutely everywhere. Kiana Lee for me as well at the half, I think, has maybe been Norwood's best, sharing the honours maybe with Shay Hiscock, two of the more prominent Red Legs players. Yeah,
certainly. I think for Tasmania, Maddie Lamb's defensive pressure has really stood out, and Ava Reid with 2 goals in a game that's only produced 4 of them, scored both her sides' goals. She's made the most of her opportunities. She's been an impactful player for Tasmania. Someone who I think the Red Legs would love to get the ball in the hands of a bit more is Kobe Morgan. Every time she's got it off half back, she's shown that dash and speed and really broken things open. If they can feed her a bit more in the second half, she could be a real game breaker. But that one right on half-time going to sting Tasmania, because as you said, they had the better of that quarter and probably feel that they should be further ahead than 2 points after that.
Yeah, I think so, but I think given the win, they'd probably take the result of the 2 point advantage at half-time. So just recapping the goal kickers. So singles for Norwood, Sophie Arkin, as we just saw before the half-time siren, she has 1, and Shay Hiscock has 1 as well. And for Tasmania, Ava Reid has both of Tasmania's goals to half-time. As mentioned, better players so far in the first half. Sarah Skinner for Tasmania. And for the Red Legs, Kiana Lee, Shay Hiscock. And Kobe Morgan, you're spot on, Drew. We mentioned it a couple of times throughout the first half that Norwood like to run and gun and they like to chain up the handballs, and I think Hiscock has been a big part of that. Hebener as well, running through the middle of the ground. And Morgan, on the couple of occasions where she's had the footy, has had one thing in mind: get it and go, maybe a couple of bounces and try and drive her team forward. I think the Tasmanian defence has been really good. I think they've set up nicely and been able to stop that more often than not. But I think maybe if Norwood persist, then the floodgates might open if they can get that game going. But Tasmania doing well so far. They hold a 2 point lead at the Kingston Twin Ovals. It is representative footy, Tasmania and the Norwood Redlegs. The women's game currently taking place, half-time there. Tasmania with a 2 point advantage. A little later in the afternoon, we'll have the men. But for now, we'll take a short break and be back for the second half soon. Welcome back to the Kingston Twin Ovals. Tasmania and Norwood representative footy. And it is Tasmania with a half-time advantage over the Redlegs, 2-3-15 to 2-1-13 as we get set to get this second half underway. Windy conditions in Kingston, but some good footy being played. Andrew Cooling, your first half highlights?
First half highlights, certainly the performance of Sarah Skinner for mine. She was absolutely dynamite in the midfield. We thought she'd have a big impact, but she'd have 20-plus possessions here as we're ready to go in the second half.
Back underway. Very intriguing as to see what this second half produces. More of the same perhaps from Norwood in that run and gun style as they try to perfect that ahead of the season. Or I wonder if they'll change things up in terms of matchups and whatnot. They have the footy here on the near wing. Have a chance to go inside 50. It bounces just on the edge of 50. Here's Hebner. It's a little kick forward. Fortuitous for Brantford. Centering ball to nobody in particular. Giving chase and first to arrive, but just eluding Hallie Whitehead at the last moment. But a boundary throw in or a ball up inside 50 for Norwood. As you can hear, that wind becoming a bigger and bigger factor. Hebner straight up and down. Flashing through here for Tasmania was Baldwin. Goes around the body but can't keep it in. Norwood footy, so Skinner stands the mark. Just enormous in that first half. Went back behind the ball for a little bit. Was running through the midfield as well. So inside 50 goes Norwood. Eluded Tasmanians. Through hands they work it here. Chance for the Redlegs. Kick was smothered. Hebner. Oh, what a turn here. Kiana Lee goes one way, then the other. Left foot attempt on goal. Getting back. Taking the saving mark was Webster. She has it deep in defence. Hits the target. Now Tasmania can load up from the back line.
Olivia Smith. Kiana Lee just sending them one way, then the other moments ago. They're going to go forward once again here, the Redlegs. That'll hold up in the window. Big contest here. Lee almost brought it down. Hiscock scooped the handball, charging through Belbin. High towards the goal square. Floating back, and a good intercept mark is taken. Work there from White. He looked to get them moving quickly. Does so. Sends it out towards Limbrick. No, the umpire had paid a free kick, and they'll be 50 for playing on. So a certain goal coming up here for the Redlegs.
Well, there's a moment. So clearly Grace White was unaware of what had preceded beforehand. A free kick plucked out. It was a Norwood ball. White thought it was hers and she played on.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, a fairly blatant shirt grab there on Kiana Lee. So a good decision from the umpire. You can see the jumper being pulled back. So good decision. Tasmanians unaware of it, however, and a bit of a gift then, because given the winds, even directly out 25 in front's not an easy kick to that end of the ground. So making a certainty of it, they'll certainly take that, Norwood.
Certainly will, and they regain the lead. 3-1-19 go the Redlegs with the first of the third term, and they lead Tasmania 2-3-15. Can they go again out of the middle? Here's Simmons. High ball into the near wing. Just bounces, and look at it just almost will itself inside the Tasmanian 50. Now the Norwood defence is under a little bit of pressure out of the congestion. They can make something work here though. The Redlegs off hands, right in front of the benches, over it goes. They'll have a ball in.
So we toss in on centre wing. Rocked down by Alexander. Here's Simmons, quite in the first half. Might have a bit more time on the ball. Just got the handball away under great pressure from Smith, and they managed to work it up to Armistead. Sends it up towards half forward. Took an unkind bounce there, and it was sharked by Banks. Handballer put Freestone under pressure, and there's plenty of numbers at the fall here for the Redlegs. Handball across to halfpenny, balks one way, then sends it forward, and all on her own is Grace Whitaker, who'll go out and kick from 20 out directly in front. So a strong start to the second half here from Norwood. An opportunity to extend the lead out to 10 points here for Grace Whitaker, although decides to just stab one instead. Drops the short pass. And an opportunity will come up for Walker. Go back. Sends it on its way. Won't have the journey. So marked there on the line by Banks. See the wind really impacting kicks here in the third quarter. This one's just going to tumble out of play for a ball in, but it's got stronger and stronger as this contest has gone on. As the wind and they'll be tossed back into play once more. Halfpenny doing the ruck work against Johnson. I think they're able to win that decisively. Johnson lays a tackle and they'll go again.
So ball, or the game, being played exclusively in Norwood's forward half to start this third term. Kick out of the congestion though for Tasmania. Chance here for the Tasmanian in Poke, who went in really hard at ground level for her new club in Norwood. Couldn't win a possession, but was able to make an impact. A stoppage here on the corner of the square. Up they go. Johnson just gets rid of her opponent. He's Simmons now with the headband. Spears a pass. It's onto the bootlaces of her teammate. But they can make this work. Big tackle. Forward going the Redlegs now. And they've got numbers inside 50. They've been able to get some separation. Alexander elects to play on. Goes by hand. Schwert with the attempt on goal. It's across the face. Skinner on the last line takes the mark for Tasmania. Sees something she likes. Gets things moving. Awkward sort of a bounce for Barwick. Was put under immediate pressure. It falls out and is able to be gathered by Webster, who kicks up the line for Tasmania. Can't quite hit the target. Going in after it was Smith. Was clean. Then just threw it on the boot. Gained some territory. It's going to bounce out here and be a Norwood free for last touch. As Branford gets across and receives gratefully. As you can see, some numbers there just starting to build. What is a big afternoon of footy. Norwood, the visiting team, all the way from South Australia. They played in grand finals in both grades, the women's and the men's last year, so a quality and famous outfit. Webster lays the tackle here. Speaking of famous, that map jumper for Tasmania. Always worth celebrating when the players don the famous green jumper of the Tasmanian state team. Here comes Webster once again, applying the pressure. Kingston Twin Ovals, the side of today's game. It's the future side of the Devils High Performance Centre for those watching in Adelaide, trying to get a gauge of the significance of the ground. Chance here for the Devils. Freestone comes away with it. Coming out of half back was Barch. Goes in and gets it again. Handball was broken up. Norwood with the numbers though. They're just looking a little cleaner here than the Tasmanians. Slung over the line was Halfpenny. It's still in play, but eventually it's over. And it'll be a ball in.
Not only be a pre-season hit out, but some ferocious attacks on the man here at the moment from both sets of players. They're really going hammer and tongs at the ball. It's great to see. It's been a tough battle this afternoon. Norwood been getting on top in the third term though. Halfpenny takes it out of the ruck, sends the handball wide, and they look to build down the wing here, but that one will be chopped off by Jaslyn Freestone on true centre wing. Just looks up and waits for a few options to develop, then drop the football in the end. Forced to scramble a handball to Skinner against around one, and then drew a tad high contact there, so go back and take the free kick. Most prominent ball winner on the ground by a distance as Sierra Skin opts to retreat here. Fairly patient with their build-up play today, Tasmania. Drop mark there from Barwick. Recovers the situation. Flick the handball over the top. Looking for Smith, who just crunched in on Arkin. Clatters out of play for a ball in. Yeah, physicality out there as we tick towards the halfway point of quarter number 3. It's the Redlegs in the ascendancy here. Tasmania kicking with a slight wind advantage. Need to make the most of it. Tapped over the top towards Perry King. That looked a bit high, and the umpire agrees with that. Free kick going the way of Schwert. Push the handball across, and now Branford drives it down the line. 2-in-1 in favour of Tasmania. Alexander battling away there. Freestone took it for Tasmania, gave it to Skinner. Skinner sends it down the wing. Just too much on it for Lamb. And getting across to intercept is Burns.
Good mark. And this almost looks like a role reversal. Tasmania trying to press past this half-forward line, but the Norwood defence standing strong. They share the footy amongst the defence. Gould takes the mark inside D50. Pokes the pass to Clark. She goes further afield. Now they can build something here as they look to turn and go. High ball to half forward. The target was Hazelhurst. Getting in front and putting the body on the line was Webster. So Webster's at half back. Just nurses the pass into the chest of Perry King, who's been ferocious in her attack this afternoon. She kicks Tasmania to half forward. Contest forms. Oh, at the fall of the ball was Thompson. She gathered. She snaps on goal. Looks pretty good off the boot. It looks really good off the boot. Some individual brilliance from Lucy Thompson. And Tasmania has its 3rd goal, and they retake the lead. Well played.
Yeah, play of the day from a Tasmanian perspective. That's some brilliant work from Lucy Thompson. The ball swung in by Perry King. It was a contested situation, one-on-one battle, and Thompson just able to charge out the back and finish with aplomb on the run. And really the first meaningful attack Tasmania have had just about for the quarter. The ball's been much living up Norwood's attacking end of the ground for the most part, much like Norwood did in quarter number 2. Take the opportunity when it presents itself. And this arm wrestle continues. Back to the middle. Alexander wins it down. It's the kindest bounce as she tried to gather it. Crashing in Bree Barwick. Tough customer in the midfield for the Tasmanians. Saywood Brick also having a run on the ball at the moment there for the home side. They'll gather it cleanly. Schwert on the bottom of that pack. Pete stoppages here in the middle of the ground. Thompson reaches over Alexander. Hiscock's been terrific for the Redlegs, but she can't escape the clutches of Sarah Skinner. It brings her to ground. Two of the best out there this afternoon. Hiscock and Skinner. Johnson with the double palm, but one to the opposition. Great tackle there. Winning it is Skinner again. Gets the holding the ball decision. She'll look to send Tasmania forward here. Guides the ball up towards the half-forward line. Was dropped by Thompson on this occasion. Now Morgan tries to bust through a couple of tackles. Smith was there, so too Reid. Has 2 goals. Going again for it, Morgan. Showing that trademark dash as she clears it up towards the wing. Ball in dispute. Paddle towards the line. We'll see it across, will they? And a play for a ball in on centre wing.
Yeah, real arm wrestle here. This is good footy. Tight, contested, bodies on the line. Both teams going full bore in this pre-season trial. They'll come away with it here. Will the Devils that scramble forward from Perry King into the congestion. Hiscock had a swipe at it, couldn't make the connection. They're under siege here. Now the Redlegs as Maddie Lamb lays a big tackle. Her fellow Tasmanian Ellie Poke. Up it goes. Alexander just takes it out of the ruck. High ball towards the near wing. Good contest. Belbin got hands to it. Couldn't reel it in. Goes over the line eventually. Georgia Hill gets to her feet. Hands it back to the ump. 14 minutes deep into this 3rd term. Tasmania with a 2-point advantage. And it comes once more. Eludes both ruckman and eluded Skinner. But there to gather was Limbrick. Her left foot kick is chopped off. So a chance here for Norwood. Taken by Belbin. She's going to thump it up the line. And able to get a clean handle on it. On this occasion was Halfpenny, and she's taken over. So both teams just trying to penetrate each other's defences. Tough, swirly conditions at Kingston. And a good contest so far. In it comes. Just trying to slap it forward was Limbrick. The hand pass picked off here by Lamb. Chance here for Tasmania via Baldwin. To half forward go the Devils. Good one-on-one contest. Skinner will bring it under her control. Can she escape the clutches of Branford? She can't. Good tackle from Branford on the Tassie champion. She wins herself a free kick. And the Redlegs have it at half back.
Yeah, big win there for Sarah Branford as Skinner looked to turn towards the 50 arc. Bodies crash into each other there. Strong tackle laid by Freestone. Stripped the football. Baldwin goes in. She's immediately dispossessed though by Belbin. They get clean possession here. They scrap for it at ground level. Umpire lets it go for quite a while here. Still goes on. Eventually the umpire will call for it. Seemed inevitable. There'll be a ball up. Final 4 minutes of the third quarter. Tasmania by 2. Fascinating battle this one. Trying to shirk her way through a couple of tackles was Egan. All fell out. Able to gather Hiscock. Goes back in. Handball across to Branford. Branford turns and dashes away. Sends them inside the forward 50. But it hits that wall of wind once more. And just drops short for Banks, who's got busier as the afternoon's gone on. That kick though chopped off by Belbin. Gonna send it right back from whence it came. Candice Belbin sets it up. Plenty of numbers for Tasmania. And again, just controlling the skies down there at the moment. Mackenzie Banks, her second intercept in the space of 30 seconds. That one just a bit too much pepper on it for Thomas. Spills out the back. Good tackle laid by Saywood. The Redlegs able to win the ball back. Goes looking for Clark in the middle. It was well done by Webster to break it up, but fell away. Hiscock sends them forward towards Simmons. Under pressure from behind. Simmons just keeps the ball underneath her. Traps it there under pressure from Kelsey Hill. Goes back in, scrapping at ground level. There'll be a ball up.
Yeah, Sophie Arkin just off the back of that play. Looked a little proppy. Hope she's okay. Fisted down here. Alexander coming away was Lineage inside 50 and again getting back. Mackenzie backs. That's her third intercept in the space of 90 seconds. She's looking really good down there. The kick wasn't much chop. She's turned it straight over to Shay Hiscock, and she can make things happen. Too far out to score here is Hiscock. She's going to look to set it up. She's a crafty player. Has an option in the pocket. She's going to go a little further afield in the Simmons direction. A 2-on-1. Tasmania should win the day here. Banks goes in. Handball only as far as Belbin. Had some time and space. Went back into traffic. Was stripped of the ball. Umpire said play on. Tackle applied at ground level. Freestone holds things up. Norwood pressing. Up it goes. Green jumpers surround the footy. Still in contention. And there is Egan. It spills out to Belbin. Here's Hebner on the left boot. To the top of the square. Awkward ball for the Tasmanian defence. Morgan tracks it. Clean gather. Tries to find a teammate. Coming through is Simmons. Handball inboard. It was brilliant to Morgan. Shot on goal here from Norwood. Across almost something remarkable on the goal line. The karate kick. It just cannons into the post. Whittaker with the set-up ball. And I think it might have been
Kayla Walker.
Walker with the attempt. Gee, that would have been special. All's well that ends well for Tasmania, who have the ball deep in defence. One
of the great goals, Zlatan Ibrahimovic type stuff there. Just a flying karate kick. Almost working out as Norwood pushing for a late goal, but maybe Tas can get something on the counter-attack. They won't be able to burst out the back here because Sarah Branford lays an excellent tackle on Gemma Webster. They hold the counter-attack. Final 40 seconds of the third term here. Trying to bust her way through was Armistead. She's going nowhere. Oh, Lineage, my apologies. One down towards Lineage. Clever little flick to Belbin. Unable to gather though was Hebner. Tasmania now with a late incursion forward. The numbers out the back though favour the Redlegs. They're able to control the situation. Morgan, I'm not sure they've got time enough to score here. And Kobe Morgan in no rush whatsoever. We'll just set it up towards the half-forward line. Barring a 50-metre penalty, you'd say that's the scoring done. As it's locked up there. And Tasmania will head into the final quarter with a 2-point advantage, 3-3-21, leading Norwood 3-1-19. A goal apiece in a real arm wrestle of a quarter there. Neither team really been able to stay in the ascendancy for too long. It's been kind of 5 minutes here or there for each team. And set the stage for what should be a fascinating final term here. Both teams will be full of belief heading into the final quarter, Chris Rowbottom.
Yeah, they certainly will. This one's on a knife's edge, and we know it's only pre-season, but with 5 or 6 minutes left in this one, if it's still this close, both teams are going to be throwing absolutely everything into winning this one because it just gives you so much confidence going into a season, both for Norwood and for the Tasmania girls as they go back to their clubs and play throughout the year with the academy as well. I really like the work of Mackenzie Banks in that quarter for Tasmania. She stood tall on 3 or 4 occasions and split up a couple of forays forward with 3 or 4 intercept marks. Sarah Skinner was really prolific once again. I thought Candice Belbin worked her way into the game really well for Norwood, and I thought Kobe Morgan provided some dash as well, and Sarah Branford was really good too. And the ruck in Kate Alexander has been good around the stoppage. Hebner and Hiscock also continued to show their spark around the ground. But it is a tight one here at the Kingston Twin Ovals. Tasmania lead Norwood 3-3-21 to 3-1-19. Just 2 points in it. We'll be back for the 4th and final term very shortly. Okay, all set, just about, for a big fourth and final term here at the Kingston Twin Ovals, Tasmania and Norwood. And it is the home team with a slender 2-point advantage. It's like the men's team just taking their sweet time and just removing themselves off the green stuff.
Come on, gentlemen.
Come on, boys. Off you get. We've got a fourth and final to play here. Been a fairly entertaining game. Plenty of vigour. And both teams will be looking to start their year off with a confidence-boosting win as we lead into the real stuff. So ball held aloft into this fourth term, and as it has been, Alexander and Johnson to combat each other, and it was Johnson that won the tap out in front of Barwick, who couldn't quite get a handle on it. That might have been a throw. Umpire says play on, followed by Armistead, who's dumped in a big tackle. A stoppage, middle of the Twin Ovals. Not much of a ball up by the umpire. He'll have another crack. Up he goes again. Alexander palms it down. Here's Hiscock charging at the footy. Showed good bravery to put the head over it, win the ball and force a stoppage. Up it goes. Alexander front spot. Won it down. Here's Simmons. Kicks around the corner. High ball, setting herself underneath. It was Hill. Showed some bravery. Went back and took the mark. Tassie in possession. They kick towards half forward. Through the hands of Lee, but Simmons will come away with it. Nice pass up the line. She held on for long enough, did Walker. Takes the mark on centre wing. Outer side. Kicks towards half forward. Off hands. Tassie with the numbers at the back. Handball into the middle. Not sure who to. This will allow Branford in, but she just bit off a little more than she could chew. No free kick given. I thought that was stone cold holding the ball. Umpire disagreed. Tasmania have possession. Just paddling it to herself, trying to gain possession was Burns. Eventually it was flicked out the back to Egan. Pumped it inside 50. Handball to Greengrass now. Chance here for Norwood. Branford with the candy. Onto the left boot. To the top of the square. Bouncing ball. Getting back for Tasmania is Hill. Did really well. Cut back inside. Dangerous kick to a very, very dangerous position. She's put it straight onto the chest of Michaela Walker. We'll have a shot for goal 35 metres out directly in front.
Defence has been very good today for Tasmania, but that's just poor decision-making there.
Yeah, cut back inside. As always, with risk attached. Can Michaela Walker make the Tasmanians pay? On the approach. Looked okay off the boot, but it's just missing to the far side. A minor score, 1 point the difference.
And let them off the hook there. So 2 points the difference as Tasmania look to reload. Kick clears defensive 50 out the back for Branford. Got busy in quarter number 3, did Branford. Alexander stoops, gave it back to Branford. Got round 1, dished a little handball off to Hiscock. Hiscock towards the teeth of goal. Howell a bounce. Nicely for the Tasmanians. Oh, the spoil wasn't too convincing though. Fell the way of Schwert. She sends it round the corner and a good relieving mark taken. Deep in defence. Clearing back there is Saywood. But coughed it up. Off to Hazelhurst, set up kick, had them lining up in the middle. And Candice Belbin will go back and shoot for goal. Norwood pressing early here. In quarter number 4. They've sprung out of the blocks, the Redlegs. Candice Belbin, in good today. Won't have the journey on this one though. Turning and shooting. And just missing Kiana Lee. So all level now at the Twins. A couple of let-offs there for the Tasmanians.
Yeah, a number of let-offs. Kiana Lee from close range would normally bury that, not on this occasion. But the scores are all tied up at 21 apiece. Tassie in possession. Georgia Hill has it. Hemmed on the boundary. She's forced to play on. Did she step out? I think she might have. So just having a little bit of a tough time of things at the moment, the Tasmanians. Norwood will finish this game off with the breeze at their backs. And it will be a major factor of really like the word of Sarah Branford after half-time. She's been very, very good. Tap over the top into a dangerous position. Good tackle late here. Picked off now, though, by Halfpenny. Right foot ball to the teeth of goal. Pack flies. Tasmania managed to bring it to ground. Whitehead fighting hard. Here's Lee trying to just wrench it out of the grasp of an opponent and carve a path towards goal. She's unable to do so. Well held up. But Webster, another stoppage though. Deep in attack for the Redlegs. They can't progress things any further. Schwert at ground level. Umpire clears it out. Tosses it up. At ground level was the ruck in Alexander. She goes in after it. Can she feed out a handball to the outside? She had players waiting. One of them was Clark. Kicks goalward and another miss. So chances are plenty here for Norwood, but they do take the lead.
They're hammering away at the moment, the Redlegs, but just 3 straight behinds to show for it. Chip kick into the back pocket finds White. Pressure being dialed up here by the visiting side. Limbrick just palming that one back centrally. Good pressure applied, spilled out the back. Back in for it. We wrapped up. Listen to Limbrick, an experienced customer. Halfpenny won it down, straight to the opposition though, but the kick a poor one. And the last touch is going to be Norwood's ball, an opportunity to reload, just monopolising the ball at this end of the ground at the moment. Here's Shay Hiscock. I'm not sure they've been any better for her side today. She's been fantastic and starting to get busy too is Stephanie Simmons, who I think they've just put on the ball here and maybe the game to be won. They've tried a few other options. They've gone back to a reliable customer here in the last. That's a dangerous kick towards Lee. Handball out, an opportunity perhaps for Schwert. Sends it round the corner. Alexander's there, Lee's there. Bounced in between them. Swooping on the football was Hiscock. And her kick is out of bounds. And again, Tasmania grimly holding on, Chris Romond.
They certainly are. Hiscock flashing through. A couple of opportunities from that right forward pocket for the Redlegs. Unable to capitalise, and Tasmania, it just feels like they're a long way from home. Hemmed in deep in defence, and they're just struggling to work it out of this defensive 50. Baldwin marks on her chest. She's got a short option if she wants it. And again, they turn it over. Halfpenny picks it off. She's at left half forward. She's just going to set it up. Well, it was off the side of the boot. It was an accidental spiral, and this will let Tasmania in. Skinner bounds away with the footy. Kicks beyond defensive 50. It was a 2-on-1. They bring it to ground. Poke goes in after it. Handball out in front of a teammate. She was dumped upon releasing the footy. She's going to get a free kick. So again, Tasmania will have to weather another attack. Just floats one to half forward. It's good enough. Whitaker gets in front, marks in her hands. Just outsized Lamb on that occasion as she kicks inside 50 again. Devils with the numbers. They go to ground. They work it out though via hand. Here's Webster. Managed to get a handball off just in time. Skinner's got to go in underneath it. Had it swiped out of her hands. Lamb got a high one. And that's what happens when you're diminutive like her. You burrow your head in and you get free kicks. So Tassie deep in defence still. A dangerous kick once again. Chance here for Lee. In on the open goal. Makes no mistake. And the Norwood star hands her team the advantage. And eventually the dam wall just broke as the Redlegs' sustained pressure was all too much for the Tasmanians. And Kiana Lee managed to kick a second goal despite the applied pressure, and they go out now by 7 points.
Yeah, once it fell goal side to Lee, there was going to be no bringing her down. Too big, too strong. She's such an imposing figure, Lee. And she has shown her quality this afternoon. It's a goal that had been coming, that dominated the opening 9 minutes of this quarter. Tasmania, I don't think have gone forward of centre really. Have been absolutely under siege need a clearance here. Can they turn things around? As having a run in the ruck is Freestone. So they look to get the clearance, but it's a great tackle. That's got to be holding the footy. It was Alexander the ruck following up, winning the ball for her side. She sends it wide, looking for Halfpenny. Just a bit too much on the kick towards the line. Gathering it was Baldwin, sends it up towards half forward, but it's chopped off by Burns. Moves it quickly. Just slow play. That's out here. Alexander showing some dash and having it bounce the ruck and then loping round one as well. Don't see that from rucks too often. Sends it towards half forward. Great intercept mark taken there from White. Pack mark strong. She's been impressive down back today, White, and she gets them moving quickly. Saw Skinner in space, and why not head to Sarah Skinner? Everything has flown through her today. She's put under pressure here, though. Didn't have a lot forward of the ball. And just about equally prolific has been Shay Hiscock, who sharks that one and sends it in the Halfpenny direction. The kick might favour Limbrick. Got a fist in there, broke the play up. Tasmania now go forward for the first time in the final quarter. Big one-on-one battle here. And Freestone makes something work. Gave the handball off, taken without the football was Thompson. And it'll be a free kick and an opportunity for Lucy Thompson to cut the margin back to one, although we saw in the last quarter with the wind, this is not going to be an easy kick by any estimation. Lucy Thompson, can she take the first opening, really, of the quarter for the Tasmanians to get them back into this contest? It's a great goal in quarter number 3. Can she find a second? It's Thompson. Sends it on its way. Looks good off the boot. It has the journey. Lucy Thompson does the job again. She gets her second of the day. And against the run of play, Tasmania get a goal and cut the margin back to 1 point.
Yeah, terrific finish. That was a lot harder than it looked, I think, with the wind blowing in the face of Lucy Thompson. We saw the Norwood players in the previous term really struggle to get any penetration on their kicks going that end, but from 30-odd out on the angle, she slots it. She slots it at a crucial time for her team when they're under siege, and Norwood, just for a little 5-minute patch there, were really threatening to maybe take this game by the scruff of the neck. But the Devils keep things alive, and they reduce the margin to just 1. So this matchup, well and truly, there for the taking. As we head back into the middle. Rucks to go at it. In again is Freestone having another crack. Halfpenny gathered cleanly, had a little bit of time to think about what she wanted to do, but she missed the handball. Webster was there for Tasmania. Pressure applied here by Arkin. Bouncing ball out towards half forward. Devils will come away with it. Molly Mitchell with a high ball that goes nowhere, stays stuck in the wind at ground level now. It's all wrapped up. And a stoppage at left half forward for Tasmania. And we're just looking to wheel the ball forward against the winds. Scrambly kick forward at ground level. Coming through now, it's the Norwood defence under applied pressure. There's a free kick here. And this is going the way of Norwood. And there's a Norwood player down that looks in a little bit of pain. Might be Arkin again. It is. She looked a little bit proppy earlier in the afternoon, but she was okay, and she looks to be okay here as well. Well, clear defensive 50 out towards the wing. Gets plenty of purchase on her kick. It eludes both players and makes its way over the boundary. So Norwood by a point here. 28 plays 27. Tassie led by a point at quarter time, 2 points at half time, and 2 points at three-quarter time. So they've led at every change, the Tasmanians. Bursting through now. Here comes Halfpenny. Nice, neat ball up the line. Hits a target. Lineage spies something inside 50, and it's Lee on the lead. Oh, she did everything but complete the mark. Has to go back in after it. Just scooped it out. Couldn't find a teammate. Dashing away was Smith. Getting it onto the boot. Here's Lamb. Kicks across a defensive goal. Some risk attached, but they're going to make it work here, the Tasmanians. Limbrick gathers, but she turns it over. Straight onto the chest of Barch.
Barch drives it forward. They're lining up at half forward, but dropping the chest mark was Hazelhurst. Handball back inside, found its way to Barch, tumbling Wormburner inside the forward 50. Defensive pressure being applied by Baldwin. Climbing on top was Haynes, and they lock it in just for a moment. Like they were going to be opened up there, the Tasmanian defence. 5.5 to play, 1 point ball game. Norwood pushing for a goal here. Trying to bust through the stoppage as Belbin couldn't do so. But will toss it up once more. Alexander, good final term here, and palms that one down, but unable to get through was Lineage. Haynes holding her up and solid in defence this afternoon, Libby Haynes. Alexander won it down. Good handball out though. And a kick towards the teeth of goal through the hands of Whitaker into the pocket. Swooping and shooting just offline was Lee. And it's a 2 point ball game. They keep knocking on the door, but they've kicked now 1 goal 3 in this final term. Door stretching the confines of the field there. Whitehead just marking inside the back pocket. That would have been disastrous. The wind takes a hold of that kick and did Olivia Smith no favours. Will be tossed in, not Norwood ball. So a ball in, 4.5 to play.
Yeah, you just feel Kiana Lee, if she hasn't already, is going to have a say on the result. She has been so dangerous. Forward for Norwood. Belbin couldn't bring it under a spell. Tasmanians just try to work it forward through Perry King, I think it was, who got dumped and dumped hard. It didn't tickle by the looks of it. In fact, they might be calling for the trainers here. She might be in a bit of trouble, Perry King. As soon as she went down, she grimaced in pain, and she's grabbing at that right leg by the looks of things. Trainers are out and she's going to hobble off. Well, that's not what you want to see at all.
I think she knows 3.5 to go here. She wants to get off quickly. Tasmania need a goal and no stoppage time, but obviously worried about ramifications for her season here. Perry King.
Yep.
And she looks in some trouble. That's where you need to stop the clock, really.
Yeah, I think so. She looks in a great deal of trouble, does Perry King, and we hope and pray that it's not as bad as it does look. But she's going to be removed from the ground immediately. Still a game to be won here, though. Webster just lost it. Handball in the general direction of Belbin, who pounces on the loose footy. Inside 50. Oh, almost a big collision. But very well done by, I think it was Banks, to take another intercept. Kick was a little sloppy, but they work it out eventually, the Tasmanians. Smith at half back, gets onto a right boot. Up the line she goes, getting in front. There might have been some holding. Umpire said play on. Mark was taken anyway. Tasmania move it to right half forward, over the top of the contest. Here's Thompson, the goal kicker. Can she paddle it and gain control? She can. In on the open goal. All she had to do was finish. Oh, she got a miraculous bounce. Right on the goal line. It was like a Shane Warner-Rongen. And it trickles over for a crucial goal for the Tasmanians. They launch a counter-attack, break the shackles, and take the lead.
Yeah, Ashley Gould trying to get back there for Norwood, and it just took a cruel bounce, spun around her. And Thompson looming as the match winner, her third, and 3 goals of immense quality, it has to be said. That was a fine individual effort, as was the first goal. A second, a set shot. And suddenly, with 2 minutes to play, Tasmania have a 4-point lead. Can they hold on here? The Redlegs will have one late push. Will that be the match winner? 5-3 to 4-5. Time on blown here by the umpire. So crucial seconds were reeking away. So they weren't set up in the proper formation, I don't think.
666 violation.
Yeah, so after that stoppage, which might just have robbed a few seconds here of the Redlegs, we're ready to go for the grandstand finish. Can the home side hold on? They'll get a clearance here through Skidderwell. Oh, she was brought down, holding the footy, and the Redlegs with a chance to go forward via Hazelhurst. Has no time to waste, but she's told to get back behind her mark. Now she dashes off, dash straight to Skinner though. did enough to force a bit of an earned kick. Handball back into dispute. Lamb, she's happy to just sit on this and force a stoppage. 50 seconds to go. And Tassie will happily go for repeat stoppages here. Can anyone get a decisive clearance? Coming over the top was Mitchell and got in the back. So Morgan will head wide to go forwards. Clark was the target. Wasn't a great kick though, but it might work out for Walker. Got it back to Clark. Clark sends it towards half forward. Took an unkind bounce to Armistead. Out the back, gathered by Lee. Swooped the handball, and now they'll drive it deep inside the forward 50. Big contest. Almost Simmons couldn't take it. No push either. On the football now, Hebner got it across to Whittaker with a snapshot that's offline. And that might just be that.
Well, they're going to be left to rue a number of chances here, potentially. They will be, because there goes the siren, and Tasmania hold on for a 3-point victory at the Kingston Twin Ovals. They get it done over the Norwood Redlegs. They let it every change, did the Tasmanians. The Redlegs fired a hell of a shot in that fourth and final term. They couldn't quite convert. Some Lucy Thompson brilliance late secures the win. And it's one that these Tasmanian girls will remember for some time. Tasmania 33, Norwood 30. They escape with a 3-point victory, Andrew Cooling.
Yeah, 1 goal, 5 there in the final term from Norwood, and I reckon 3 of them were kind of snapshots from within 10 metres. If they had have got one of them, it might have been enough. At the end of the day, goal kicking probably the difference. Lucy Thompson didn't have an easy chance this afternoon. Kicked 3 fantastic goals from them. She's the match winner for the Tasmanians. Skinner was outstanding in midfield, but in terms of raw scoreboard impact, Lucy Thompson seizing the moment, kicked both her sides goals in that final term. What quality goals they were too. Norwood, plenty of opportunities, couldn't take one. And as a result, Tasmania get the victory. And what was a fantastic game of football.
It certainly was. It was entertaining. It was tough. It was hard. There was bodies on the line. There were collisions. There was a very unfortunate injury to Perry King. We just hope and cross our fingers that she's okay. But this game could have easily have been played in the middle of the year or late on with finals up for grabs for Norwood, or higher honours for the Tasmanian players, because that was the intensity that was brought by players of both teams today. I thought it was an entertaining affair. It was tough conditions, swirly winds. It looked like hard work out there at times, but plenty of willing participants from both teams in this game. Just a couple of the better players, and the goal kickers for Tasmania, well, it was Lucy Thompson with 3 of the team's 5 goals, and Ava Reid kicked the 2 early goals. And for Norwood, it was 2 to Kiana Lee, 1 to Shay Hiscock, and 1 to Sophie Arkin. And we just thought that Kiana Lee was going to break things open late in the piece. She had a couple of attempts, couldn't quite make it happen, but she was influential. Sarah Skinner was the best player on the ground, I think, by a significant margin. Was massive in the first half in particular, and would have had 30 or 35 disposals. Lucy Thompson with the 3 goals was immense for Tasmania. I thought Maddie Lamb was really good as well, and they had contributors right across the park. Norwood, I'll get your thoughts in a moment, Drew, but I thought Norwood's best players were Branford, Belbin. I thought Shay Hiscock was excellent throughout. I thought Steph Simmons really worked her way into it, and Kiana Lee was influential at both ends.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Sophie Arkin, I thought, had a good game as well, but Hiscock was fantastic in the midfield all afternoon. Absolutely loved her game in there. Kiana Lee, another day, might have been the match winner that Thompson was. Just couldn't quite get to a couple of those shots in the final term. And certainly I thought Sarah Branford's second half was absolutely outstanding around the ball. Kate Alexander did some nice work in the ruck as well. But after a couple of games last year for the Tasmanian team, where they were on the end of pretty heavy defeats in the games against New South Wales and Queensland, I thought great to see a really competitive game that they were in for 4 quarters today. And we really, I think you can almost throw a blanket over that back 5 or 6. The defensive unit's probably unheralded too at times today, because they were under a lot of pressure at times, and I thought they stood up remarkably well. Yeah,
I thought Hallie Whitehead did some really nice things. I thought Mackenzie Banks had a patch in that third quarter where she stood really tall, the youngster. I thought Bree Barwick was in and under and hard at it and was able to, affect contests. Gemma Webster as well, I thought, was able to lay big tackles and make things happen as well. So too the Freestones down back as well. So, yeah, fascinating game of footy, that one. They had their chances, did Norwood late. Tasmania with some individual brilliance. I have to say, they didn't look like kicking a goal in that fourth term, did Tasmania. It was stuck down at that opposing end. They were against the wind, but they were able to launch one successful counter-attack and get maybe a little bit of luck with that Lucy Thompson bounce, but that's all they needed in the end. So they run out winners here at the Kingston Twin Ovals in this first of two state representative clashes between Tassie and Norwood. The women's game officially wrapped up. Tasmania 5-3-33 have defeated Norwood 4-6-30. 3-point victors in what was an entertaining affair. We might take a short break, Drew Cooling, and come back very, very shortly for the preview of the men's game that is set to take place at 2:15, so in approximately 20 minutes' time. Tasmania defeat Norwood 5-3-33 to 4-6-30. 3-point winners in the women's. The men's game coming up for you very, very soon. See you then.
You stay for a while Friday? No, you know it's a good night when you go to that group in the back and it's just many people in there and want to go. Where did you go?
Good spot up there. Out of the wind. Yeah, come in, open door.
Hello and welcome back to the Kingston Twin Ovals, where we are moments away from getting underway in this game between Tasmania and Norwood. Representative footy for the Tasmanians and a crucial pre-season hit out for the famous Redlegs all the way from South Australia. My name is Chris Rowbottom. Alongside me is Andrew Cooling. A special initiative this year and hopefully into the future with Tasmania being able to play more and more of these games, and today shapes as a really, really intriguing affair.
Yeah, it's great to have the map back in action. We've seen kind of the last couple of years the re-emergence of these rep games, and with the move to the VFL and AFL team coming up, this talent academy they've got going in the next couple of seasons should see plenty of opportunities for players to don that famous Guernsey, and taking on the Redlegs today should be a good test for this playing group up against a strong team from the Sandfield. Made the grand final last year, stacked with quality players, and bit of an unknown, you know, what to expect from the Tasmanians, what level they're going to be at. Plenty of good individual talents within there. They've had a few training sessions together, but how will they all, I suppose, meld and come together, having played together less than a Redlegs team have just spent, you know, an entire pre-season training together? Will that impact proceedings? Yeah,
it certainly is one of the fascinations, how a representative team can play, or how well it can play against a well-drilled club side that is set for a big SANFL season. And one of the big storylines, of course, coming into today's game is the amount of Tasmanians in the Norwood team. There's been a a raid on for a couple of years now by Norwood, led mostly by Jade Rawlings, the former coach of the team, to come to Tassie and pick out some of the better talent and give them a chance at playing at a higher level in the SANFL. And they will field, by my calculations, no less than 10 Tasmanians in their team today, will the Norwood Redlegs. So that'll be an interesting dynamic with Tasmanian v Tasmanian in large parts of this game and across the ground. Of course, Tasmania hoping to use these games to identify a little bit of the next wave and generation coming through in terms of Tasmanian talent and the players that might make up that inaugural VFL team, and maybe even a couple of AFL guys as the Devils plan to enter the league in 2028. So much like the women's game that we've already seen earlier today, maybe different goals and objectives for both of these teams, but it should be a good game of footy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're looking forward to a good contest. We've seen the wind really impact proceedings in the women's game before this. We'll see if that's continuing to blow strongly here, and there may be an advantage to one end, and a big toss to be won here potentially as Jackson Callow, one of those Tasmanians, wins it and points to the left of your screen. Bradley Cox-Goodyear, the Tasmanian captain. What a player, what an absolute force he has been in Tasmanian football, and looking forward to seeing what he can do. It's rare that he sets foot on a football field where he doesn't produce, at least one or two massive highlight reel moments.
Gee, looks in good nick, doesn't he, as well, Brad Cox-Goodyear? He's getting up towards veterans. Well, he's definitely a veteran in Tasmanian football, there's no doubt about it, but he's I don't think he's turned 30 yet, Brad Cox-Goodyear, so still plenty of good footy in him, and he looks in ripping condition as we have a look at some of the Tasmanians going through their paces before they get set to move out into their positions. And there's some names out there that might not be overly familiar to the broader Tasmanian football watching public, but I guess this is what it's all about, identifying the next crop coming through. And I speak of the likes of Max Mapley out of Clarence, the defender, and Kai Cameron out of Devonport. Darcy Gardner as well, who's representing the Brighton Football Club today, which is really good to see, and a couple of other younger names strewn throughout. Tom Reeves, we'll get a look at him upon returning from interstate. He'll be plying his trade with North Hobart in the SFL Premier competition this season, so we await with interest to see what he can produce. Some familiar names as well, though, with Brad Cox-Goodyear, as you mentioned, Sam Siggins out there for Tasmania, Fletcher Bennett, another one who's represented the state as well, and some AFL experience. Fraser Turner's been on a list, of course. Michael Stingle has played as well for Tasmania, amongst others. So should be an entertaining and intriguing affair. And as we spoke about in the women's game, whenever these Tasmanians pull on that map jumper, things just raise to another level, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It may be a pre-season hit out for the Redlegs, but for the Tasmanians, this is one of, I think, half dozen games they've got this year. This is one they're really going to want to win, and certainly for individuals within the team, potentially looking at a VFL list spot down the line, a chance to impress young players, the likes of Brandon Leary out there. I think he's one who'd be in that frame. Harry Bale's another one. They'll have the opportunity to be part of that core group, and they want to show what they can do. And as you mentioned, a smattering of experience, none perhaps bigger than the man, quite figuratively and literally, Andrew Phillips, who we're rucking for Tasmania today out there in the middle. He's guy could have been on an AFL list last year if he wanted, and going to be massive in the middle as we're ready to get underway.
He certainly is, and he's going to win the first tap here, straight into the path of an opposition player who is immediately taken to ground, Charlie Molan. Up it goes again as Phillips just gets rid of his opponent, wrenches it out of the ruck, and Tasmania will go forward for the first time this afternoon. High ball here is Leary trying to win out a handball, crashing through. Brad Cox-Goodyear at ground level. They try and tap it into the advantage of a green jumper. It'll be Norwood coming away with it, though, working hard in defence in the early part of this game, and they chain it up by hand. Gale now on the outside. It's Cootie who receives and kicks towards half forward, hits the target in 12-tree, who's 2 kicks from goal. He'll put Norwood inside 50 with the breeze at his back. It'll be knocked over, though, and out of play for a boundary throw. No, it won't. It'll be a free kick going the way of the Tasmanians deep in defence. A healthy crowd building at the Twin Ovals by the looks of things. Plenty streaming through the gates. And if they were here earlier, they would have seen the first senior women's win in 12 years, I'm told. And the girls beat Norwood by 3 points in the earlier game. Towards the wing, Siggins flew across, couldn't get access, and now Stingle's taken in a big tackle. He can't get himself free. Cries of holding the ball from the Norwood faithful, but umpires having none of it. A stoppage on the outer side.
A great year in the TSL last year. Stingle, such an important part of that Northern Bombers side that won the last ever TSL premiership as Phillips wraps up his opposite big man there. He'll be an important part of the on-ball brigade today, Will Michael Stingle. Neither ruckman able to get access to that as Turner flicks a handball, but touched across the line. Another ball in. We saw the wind pushing the ball across this side of the ground, and a lot of the ball played down that wing in the earlier game. Sermon and Phillips look up here. Throw favours Sermon, just takes it out of the ruck himself, gave the handball across to Simpson. Simpson sends the Redlegs forward again. Out the back, Ives, pressured by Callow, spills towards the line. Kick back inside, searching almost a mark there for Gale. Couldn't quite take it. And Tasmania now will look to rebound away through Clifford. Clifford's kick, not a great one though. It's going to come right back at them. Creswell turned the handball back inside to Murley. Now under some pressure is Hurd. Retreats ground and found his way to right. They thought their way through that pretty well, the Redlegs. They're going to retreat once more. Try and execute a bit of a switch. He's got Seymour all on his lonesome on the wing, so that's where he heads. Just patiently working the ball about here. Warburton, the next link in the chain. Seymour flowing past him. Will send them inside forward 50 here. Kick to the dangerous area. Plenty of numbers at the fall. Bales couldn't gather it cleanly. He's in some trouble now. Bales is wrapping it up as Gale. It's locked in for a ball up. The Tether goal.
Pierce Seymour with a couple of touches, streaming off half back, that raking left foot. He's going to be a factor today. A very dangerous player as Phillips just thumps it out toward the boundary line. Getting there first for the Redlegs was Creswell. He's one of these 10 Tasmanians who's just knocked over the line. We'll have a boundary throw in deep in attack for Norwood. 3.5 gone. No score yet. Plenty of intent in the early stages of this game. Callow and Phillips go at it, getting there first is Simpson, another Tasmanian, and he can't bring the footy under his spell. Out it goes once more. So just recapping that women's score, it was Tasmania with a 3-point win over Norwood, 33-30. Their first senior win as a state collective in 12 years. So fantastic to see for Tassie as they get the day off to a good start. So bringing it under his control was Darcy Gardner, but he couldn't escape the clutches of his opponent. In fact, he's been wrapped up very, very well indeed by Cootie. He'll get a holding the ball free kick, and just with a little bit of breeze at his back, he's just half thinking about maybe having a crack at this. Is Billy Cootie, one of their prime movers, Norwood. So there is a breeze blowing to the left side of your screen. And Cootie is going to fancy himself here from about 52 metres out on a slight angle. Sets sail for home. It looked really, really nice off the boot. Well, it was never missing. He splits the middle, does Billy Cootie. Opens the scoring. Norwood have the first via a long-range bomb from their gun midfielder. Here
I thought from over he was going to pass it off initially. Didn't step off his line. He took a step, but stayed on his line and then thought better of it. Went back and with the wind at his back, launching that one straight through the middle. A beautiful kick from Cootie. And it certainly does appear to be the advantageous end this afternoon. So Redlegs will look to make good use of that. Cootie, beautiful stuff there. And he's right back on the ball along with Ben Simpson, Connor Ling. There's Tasmanians in there. Mitchell Nicholas, another one. See on the wing, matched up with Fraser Turner. Back to the middle. Phillips and Sermon. Sermon did well. Got the better of Phillips there. Hack off the deck, trying to charge through Mitchell Nicholas. Restricted the football. Chance to go forward as they work it across to Ling. Ling composes himself, then sets it up beautifully. And charging out is Hurd. Towering presence inside the forward 50. They've got some real size down there. Sorry, that's Tristan Binder, one of the giants in this Redlegs forward line. But not much the defence can do there.
Yeah, young Max Mapley looks out of his weight division there. He's going to have to be very good. He's rangy, is Mapley, but gee, Binder, he's got some real size and presence about him.
So you go back and look. The second in a minute here for the Redlegs. A strong start to the afternoon for the visitors. 2 straight 12. Tassie yet to score. Silver service from Connor Ling. And he wasn't going to miss that one. It was Tristan Binder.
No, just got the separation on young Max Mapley, the Clarence defender, and it was easy pickings in the end. And Norwood do have the breeze at their back.
Ling
so
composes himself, then sets it up here.
First term, but certainly dominant around the ball in the early stages. It's been a couple of the Tasmanians prominent as well. That was Ling helping to set that one up, and Mitch Nicholas involved as well. And Big Binder getting it done. And we do have some big imposing figures in that forward line, Binder and Callow, Twin Towers, as we go back into the middle. It's going to be a good battle throughout. They're going to move it through the middle of the ground here again. Cootie received from Simpson, took a bounce, was able to just arch the back, turn inside, kick inside 50, offhand. Here's Binder again, just rode the tackle, had a player running past but couldn't find him with the handball. Elmer emerged with it for Tasmania. They scramble in after it, coming in off the line was Roney, but he couldn't win a clean possession. Handball into the middle of the ground now, fell into the lap of Ling. Another shot on goal here. Can they make it 3 in a row, the Redlegs? No, just missing to the near side. First blemish on the scorecard, but they are peppering Norwood. Tasmania under the pump, early doors. Ives takes the mark in the back pocket, but they may have coughed this up. Snap on goal was smothered into a dangerous position. We're 30 metres out from goal. Chance here for Norwood. Saunders found some space. Shot on goal here from Callow. He should convert around the body, and he does. So it is raining goals early here at Kingston. Jackson Callow, another Tasmanian, driving a stake into the heart of his former state. 3 in a row for the Redlegs.
Yeah, some pretty sloppy play coming out of the back there from the Tasmanians. Ives just missing a handball in the back pocket. From there on, they were under all sorts of pressure. Their own worst enemies there. And Norwood taking full advantage early on here. They've kicked 3 goals in rapid time. They've got 3 goals straight. Tasmania have barely gone forward to centre thus far, so they need to just get their hands on the football at the coalface a little bit more. Norwood making perfect start to this one. Skipping away to an 18-point lead. It's back to the middle. Tasmania do with the clearance here. Phillips won it down, and then the handball to the outer side. A good one. An opportunity to go forward here. Driving it was Paprotny. He goes looking for Lear. He had 2 to beat. Coming from the side there, McCallum. And then Cox Goodyear from the angle does the business. First meaningful attack, first goal. A steadier from the veteran Bradley Cox Goodyear, and Tasmania get on the board.
Well, if he's not bombing them from 55, Brad Cox Goodyear, he's kicking wonderful crumbing goals like that. Look at that. He just read this beautifully at the fall. Gathered cleanly. Had to go to the outside of the left, but he's well and truly good enough to pull that off. His Brad Cox Goodyear, and he gets Tasmania's first. And just an early observation. You can just tell the difference, I think, in the physical profiles of these two teams. Norwood just look a little older, a little more experienced, and a little more hardened than Tasmania, which has gone with a fairly youthful setup. But we wait to see how it all pans out. Here's Brad Cox Goodyear again, attempting the fend off, got the handball away and did so well. Here's Ethan Jackson driving Tasmania forward to a contest. Oh, wonderful bit of roving from the big man in Sam Siggins. He couldn't just get the purchase that he was after and screw it back on the angle, but that would have been a wonderful goal from the Tasmanian champion. Probably Tasmania's best pound for pound. Starting forward this afternoon. A minor score, so 3 straight, plays 1-1. Out of defence here come Norwood. Pack forms. Good tackle applied here by Reeves, but he's infringed, and it's a free kick going the way of Creswell. He cuts in board to Nicholas, who plays on by hand, and streaming off half back is Alec Wright. So 3 Tasmanians combined to send the Redlegs forward. They're under the pump again here, the Tasmania defence, but they'll work it out by hand. No, they won't. Yes, they will, but only just. Under pressure, deep in attack. They go in after it. Turner's in the mix. They lock it in. Maybe lucky to escape with a non-holding the ball decision there, the Tasmanians. They'll take a stoppage. Callow contests the ruck for Norwood, slaps it towards the boundary. This will be a Tasmanian free kick. Phillips the recipient.
So Phillips from fullback. Try and work something out of defence here. Spears one wide. He's a lovely field kick, Phillips, particularly for a ruckman, as Morris drives it towards Elmer. Did well under pressure to take the mark. Almost played on there, Harry Elmer. Back on his line now as just holds things up and then sends it to a contest. Just trapped a little deep though, it was Ashland, and Redlegs able to pick that one off. Chipped into the middle of the ground for Cootie at the first goal. Firing a handball, McCallum, and now they work it to Nicholas. They're chaining handballs beautifully here. Molan gave it across. The flying shot on goal from Sanders. Another of the Tasmanian contingent, but he's wide of the mark and through for the first blemish on the Norwood scoreboard today. 3-1-19. Some sharp ball movement there from the visitors. Tasmanian defence under all sorts of pressure early on. Hales from full-back. He's on out of the square and drives it looking for Jackson, but just drifting in from the side to intercept was Alec Wright. He's back, maybe in range here. Instead he'll just set one up. Dangerous looking ball and just drifting in from the side. It's another mark. Tall timber down there causing problems for this Tasmanian defence. They're just looking outsized. You mentioned it. This is Hurd who's come across and taken this one. He'll go back to look to extend it to 18 points. But, they are, as you mentioned, Chris Rodwell, looking very big out there at the moment. If they keep getting service like this, it's going to be a very long afternoon for the Tassie defence. Here's Hurd, goes back, drives it through, and Norwood have their fourth, therefore 125. Tasmania 1-1-7. And the Redlegs' strong start to this one continues.
Yeah, it looks an undersized defence at Tasmania against some of these really big boys streaming through, big hardened Norwood footballers, and this time it's Finn Hurd just floating across, and in the end it was almost an uncontested mark. It was the little arm across from Harry Bales, but that's easy pickings for a man of his size and stature. So he's able to slam it home and kick a fourth for Norwood inside the first 14 minutes here at Kingston. So alarm bells for Tasmania, who concede 4 early ones, albeit to the scoring end of the ground. Go back in the middle for the reset. It goes once more. Sammy Siggins into the ruck now for Tasmania. Cootie goes in after it. He's hassled by his opponent in Stingle. In fact, it's not Stingle, it's Paprotny getting down low. So up it goes again. He can test the ruck. Another big tackle laid. This time it's held into the body. Will Clifford. And going nowhere. So attacking edge of the square for Norwood once again. We're looking to pile on a fifth. Just taken cleanly out of the ruck. And now the tackle applied by Saunders. Another stoppage. Reeves emerges with the footy. Back at the North Hobart Footy Club this year. Down once more. Cootie's there, lays the tackle. Gardner just burrowing in, trying to wrench something out. The ball is held to him. And it's going nowhere once more. So Sermon on that occasion, emerging with it. Up it goes. Who can break the deadlock? There's some holding here. A free kick will get things moving. It'll go Norwood's way. Kick on the lead into the Hurd direction. Couldn't quite reel it in. Tassie defence having to scramble once more. Down low on hands and knees is Morris, working really hard. Had it stripped. It comes free. There's a free kick. And it will go Norwood's way.
Hold against Ives there. Just held on for quite a while after the ball had gone there. He thought a free kick had already been paid, but eventually it was.
Charlie Molan, the recipient. And he'll attempt to kick. Norwood's 5th major of this term. On the approach, steps inside 50. Distance won't be a worry. He nurses this towards goal and he misses. So some respite for the Devils. A minor score.
And Harry Bales plays on. Goes for distance as he drives it along the outer wing. Siggins from behind, but getting in the way there was Sermon. Sharked by Stingle. Weaving one way, then the other, and then forced towards the boundary line. They keep hold of the football, though, Tasmania, and then Siggins tumbles one along in the Reeves direction. Free kick blown to go the way of Reeves, so chance for Tasmania to build something here. Here's Harry Bales, was Tasmania's best in a state game last year. Sends this one back to Zach Morris. Familiar with this ground. Trade with the Tigers. Chip for Roney. It's Tasmania just trying to possess the football. Ives was on down the line, but opted not to take that option. Instead, tried a risky one. It's chopped off by Ling. A little untidy there from the Tasmanians. So Ling, who started this game nicely for the Redlegs, will launch another attack here. Goes into the pocket. This one is intercepted. Getting back in the way was Max Roney. Wastes no time. Goes across the face of goal. Oh, mishandled though from Turner. Invites some danger. Another chance here. Turner scoops it over the top. Sold his teammate Reeves into trouble. It was taken without the football though. And he'll get the free kick in the back pocket.
So Tasmania just continuing to absorb and soak up pressure. Ives will come across goal now. That was an interesting floater of a kick. It wasn't very attractive at all. This is going to go out of bounds. So the Norwood pressure has been exceptional so far. Able to force the turnovers, pile on some pain in terms of the scoreboard. Tasmania having a tough time of it. Can Phillips manufacture something? It was some nice ruck work and they get something moving up the line here. They some high contact in the contest. Umpire said play on. It's knocked forward on hands and knees was Reeves. Tasmania have the numbers here and a strong tackle is applied by Ashland. Another player who knows this ground well, King Brataga. Stoppage in the middle of the ground. Redlegs will come away with it once more though. Saunders now, nice pass out to 12-tree. Just back of half forward and he pokes one inside 50, finds a target, and we've got players everywhere here to Norwood. Creswell will mark and he'll kick for goal. 35 metres out, directly in front.
They're just bursting forward of the ball there, weren't they? As soon as they won it back, they took off and the Tasmanians were just caught lagging behind them, and that's why they had free men everywhere. So
Jake Creswell, another one of these 10 Tasmanians representing Norwood this afternoon. Tassie been a happy hunting ground for Norwood over the last few seasons. They have 17 of them on their list. Jade Rawlings, former coach at Tasmania, of course, a big part of that. Here's Creswell on the way in. Let's fly. Another miss. Tasmania just maybe being let off the hook a little bit here. Back in from full-back, it's Bales.
Half back from Roney. See anything he likes, so immediately retreats. That was laced with risk. They've turned it over here. Ball back into dispute. Pressure being applied by Simpson. And they'll force a stoppage. They really have been their own worst enemies at the back a couple of times here, Tasmania.
They just look unsure, don't they?
Dangerous part of the ground to be turning the ball over. Another Redlegs opportunity here. Jackson Callow to ruck against Phillips this time. Strong tackle laid by Ben Simpson. We'll go once more as we tick in to red time in the opening term here. Phillips in the contest didn't get much contact on the ball. The kick was smothered. Ling in there. Try and slap the ball away. Creswell went in there. Bale climbing on top. Tackle laid by Roney, but slipped up into the back, and it's going to be a free kick and another scoring opportunity here This is Gale. Jaden Gale. Go back and look to extend the lead to 26 points. All just living up this end of the ground. There is certainly a wind advantage to this end, but I'm sure it's quite as strong as the scoreboard currently reflecting. Just playing the better football right now. The Redlegs can Gale extend the lead to 26 points. He lets fly from 45. Looks pretty good off the boot. Straight over the goal umpire's cap. They have their fifth of the afternoon. 5-3-33. They're kicking away here. A strong early showing from the visitors this.
It certainly is. Norwood have come to play. They're certainly taking no prisoners in this pre-season trial match against some of the best that Tassie has to offer. But it's been a domination so far from this Norwood team. SA NFL Grand Finalists last year, of course, went down to Glenelg by just 5 points, so they'd be smarting from that still for a season of redemption, and it all starts here in Tassie. So a fifth major on the board for the visitors as we go back into the middle. Phillips won it down. Darcy Gardner attempts to lay a tackle. Nicholas on the outside, gathers the footy and then kicks on his left boot. Can't find the target in Saunders, but he went back and got his own footy. He wanted Nicholas again on the hands, but couldn't find him. Back into the middle of the ground. Chance here for the Tasmanians. Ethan Jackson just trying to weave his way through. Couldn't quite break a tackle, but got the arms free and won the handball. And now they're under siege in the midfield. Clifford and Ashland, and now Phillips has to just slap it forward and go underground, but the Norwood defence stands strong. There's Cootie on the outside. Left foot dribbler into the middle of the ground. Good tackle applied by Brewer. He'll win a free kick for his efforts. Another Kingborough Tiger goes to half forward, a 2-on-1. Norwood have the numbers and a free kick, so perhaps a little bit lucky. Brad Cox-Goodger, he can launch a ball. He's going to just set it up into a dangerous position. Cox-Goodger to Siggins. The two veterans combine, and Sam Siggins will have a shot for goal. 40 metres out, no real angle, but into the breeze.
Some star power combining there for the Tasmanians. Probably the two biggest names in the team. Two of the best players in the TSL over the last several years. Siggins with a chance to kick a badly needed goal here.
Was best on ground against Queensland at North Hobart Oval. Kicked the match winner a couple of years ago in that state game. I need him to stand up here, and you can just see that hanging up in the breeze, but Sam Siggins, he's good enough to judge the wind and kick Tasmania's second goal of the afternoon. So goals to Cox-Goodger and Siggins, the two vets standing up, and Tasmania keep in touch.
Combining nicely on that one too, and a few players out there who will want it more than Sam Siggins. He's a passionate customer, loves putting on the map Guernsey. When your team needs a goal, he's a good man to go to. We've seen that in the TSL in recent years. He is absolute quality. Siggins goes back and smashes that one through from 45. Tassie cut the margin back to 20 points, and for all Norwood's dominance, Tasmania doing pretty well when they have gone forward. I think they've only gone forward 3 times and kicked 2 goals from it. Phillips wins that one down. There might have been a hold there. Play on, says the umpire, and they'll go inside forward 50. Unable to take the mark there was Hurd. Locking him up, Fletcher Bennett. Umpire lets it go. Eventually, whistle blows. Hurd will do the ruck work against Phillips. He just takes it out of the ruck. Scoop the handball to Paprotny. Shot one on the outer side. Good pressure applied. They force the turnover. There is Saunders, and there is the siren to end the first term. A good one for the Norwood Redlegs. 5-3-33, leading Tasmania 2-1-13. They shot out of the blocks, kicked 3 goals in the opening 8 minutes. Really controlled proceedings for most of the quarter. A late goal there from Siggins, able to claw back a little bit on the scoreboard for Tasmania. Certainly the wind was favouring Norwood there in quarter number 1. We'll see if Tasmania can put that to good use in the second term. But it's a pretty imposing opening from the visiting side, that, Chris.
Oh, they look slick, they look hardened, they look fit, and they look like they've put in a big pre-season to date to Norwood, and just the size of some of the players, particularly the forwards, is going to pose real trouble for Tasmania throughout the afternoon. And, well, it already is, isn't it? Finn Hurd on the end of one. Jackson Callow kicked a goal, and Tristan Binder. There were some big bodies with some good hands down forward. But they also got a couple of their midfielders on the board as well. Billy Cootie with the long-range goal, as we just saw. And they have dominated around the ball. Tasmania, though, as you mentioned, have only gone forward on a couple of occasions, but have been able to pierce the Norwood defence, Cox Goodyer and Sam Siggins being able to convert. So it'd be interesting to see how the breeze affects things in this second term, and just see how much of an impact it has had. So the goal kickers for Norwood, singles to Binder, Hurd, Gale, Cootie and Callow. And for Tasmania, just the 2 goal kickers in Brad Cox Goodyer and Sam Siggins, who have 1 apiece. Norwood 5-3-33, lead Tasmania by 20 points, 2-1-13. Quarter time at the Kingston Twin Ovals. We'll take a short break and be back for the second term right after this.
They'll extend the lead to 26 points. He lets fly from 45. Looks pretty good off the boot. Straight over the goal umpire's cap. They have their 5th of the afternoon. 5-3-33. They're kicking away here.
Brad Cox Goodyer, he can launch a ball. He's going to just set it up into a dangerous position. Cox, you need him to stand up here, and you can just see that hanging up in the breeze. But Sam Siggins, he's good enough to judge the wind and kick Tasmania's 2nd goal of the afternoon. So goals to Cox. 5-3-33 to 2-1-13. Norwood lead Tasmania. A dominant first term by the Redlegs, kicking with the breeze at the Kingston Twin Ovals. And they look very, very good indeed against a shell-shocked Tasmanian defence. Perhaps a little bit undersized, but having a big job to do against some of the big gorilla forwards that have come all the way from Adelaide to impose their mark on things here at the Kingston Twin Ovals. Tassie kicking with the wind in this second term as we look to get things back underway. A little bit of push and shove in the middle is what we like to see. Both teams showing plenty of passion in the lead up to the start of the SANFL season, of course. So an important hit out this for Norwood. A dress rehearsal ahead of a season in which they hope that they can avenge a grand final loss in 2024. So back underway. Phillips, as he did so in that first term, decisively won the hit out. Here's Simpson at ground level, getting rolled in the tackle. It'll be locked up for the first stoppage. Umpire Nathan Geeson overseeing proceedings this afternoon. One of Tassie's finest in the umpiring ranks. Locked up again. Darcy Gardner representing the Brighton Football Club, making the step up into the Premier League, Tasmanian footy this season, which is good to see. And go at it once more to Sermon and Phillips, and there is Gardner. He manages to squirt out a handball. Nicholas gathers the loose footy, kicks towards left half forward for Norwood. Giving chase is Callow, scoops it up, just lost his footing, but managed to get a handball out to a teammate in Ollie Sanders, his fellow Launcestonian. Kicks up towards half forward. Devils with the numbers. Coming away with it is Fraser Turner. They work it by hand, but it's broken up and over it goes. So a boundary throw in front of what he's building is a healthy crowd. And centre wing, out of side.
Umpire will toss it back in. Phillips resume his battle with Sermon. Probably winning the hit-out count at the moment, but certainly Norwood winning the clearances in that first quarter as this one trickles back towards the boundary line. Sermon following up well, did really well to keep that in play. Fired the handball back now to Simpson. Simpson dishes it off to Cootie. He swoops it across there to Sanders. He turned one towards goal, playing in front, almost taking the mark. 12-3 indeed he's paid it, so 12-3 gets it. I thought it just pitched in front of him. Umpire pays the mark. He'll go back for a pretty regulation shot here.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a little half volley, but umpire is in a better position than we are.
Famous number 4. So Isaac 12-3. The number 4 this season. Maybe an element of ball don't lie there as he puts it wide of the post.
Well, that's indicative of the wins in this match and at this venue. That should be a soda for a player of Isaac 12-3's quality and of the quality of most of these players out there, although he's affected the smother here as Tasmania once again struggle to work it outside of their defensive 50. It's up to Darcy Gardner to hit a target now, and he's able to do so. Fraser Turner can't scoop it up off the bootlaces, and it's over for another boundary throw-in. In it comes. Sermon and Phillips once again tangle. No clear winner. They go in after it. Gardner at the coalface. He's been pretty prominent. Off to Elmer. His kick is skewed and goes only skyward. Goes and tries and attempts to chase it up. There's a pack of players surrounding this footy and it's going nowhere. A ball up at the back of the square.
Just in a bit of a holding pattern to start this quarter at the moment. Coming through was Saunders. Handball back towards Murley. And they'll charge forward once more. The kick, not a great one towards Callow. Ives tries to escort him across the line. Ball does trickle over. Battle there between Tasmanian Jackson Callow and Theo Ives. A breakout season last year with the Northern Bombers as Phillips wins that one down beautifully, rucked to Turner, but they've coughed it up a little cheaply. And steadying and shooting and hitting the post. There was Cootie. A couple of little let-offs here for Tasmania to start the second quarter. What gettable opportunities missed by Norwood. with the way the first quarter ended too. They were dobbing everything to start the game. Long ball, that's a poor kick really, gave Paprotny no chance. He was outnumbered 2-1.
Creswell takes the mark. Would have been some goal from Cootie, by the way, with a little shimmy in the finish, but was unable to do so. Creswell goes into a dangerous position, and this time he finds a target in 12-tree who can make amends for the earlier miss. He'll kick from about 45 metres out. No real angle to speak of, but it will be into the breeze. And we saw the Sam Siggins goal in the first term that really held up. He had to really lay the boot into it to get it over the line. So that will be a factor. Isaac 12-tree. So crosses the paint of 50. Just nurses it to the goal line, but it is missing to the near side. So another chance goes begging for Norwood. They've had the better run of things early in this second term. Tasmania managed to find a target from the kick-in. A little risky ball inboard. Wanted Sulzberger, but unable to find the target. And here is Cootie with another chance. Oh, he just completely muffed the ball drop, and it skims off the toe over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in deep in attack. And it was probably the wind affecting the ball drop there. Just missed his boot almost.
Yeah, I think that was the case, but a better result than a behind in the end. A chance to set up here. Callow will do rucking duties up against Phillips. Phillips tried to clear it. His kick was smothered. Burrowing in Sanders. He's locked up once more. Tackling was Sulzberger. On baller, Callow slaps it back. Ives dispossessed, fell the way of McCallum, shrugs a tackle and then snaps from the extreme angle. Didn't get the bounce he was after and through for another behind. 5-7 now. Norwood, they're knocking on the door to start his second term, but unable to find another major just yet. As Bales clears defensive 50. This time they do find a target. It's rather breaking down for Tasmania off half-back so far this term. Here's Sulzberger. This has been the kick that has rather come unstuck for them. This time just opts to take it short. Morris, but immediately retreats back to Bennett. They're going nowhere fast right now, Tassie. At least keeping a hold of the football for the time being. Ethan Jackson, 5 kicks and they're right back where they started. Jackson, high down towards the wing. Siggins outnumbered. Coming across with Seymour and he spikes it out of play.
Yeah, getting a fair bit of attention by the looks of things. Sam Siggins, a big talisman for Tasmania. And you're right, it's very kick mark and stop-start for Tasmania. Norwood been far more free-flowing. Sermon gets to the front. That might have been high. Stingle, the perpetrator he was. He's Cootie through the middle of the ground. He's been prominent early, spearing ball inside 50. Tasmania with the numbers, but Callow gives chase, brought Ives down. He went and got it though, did Ives. He did pretty well. Release Roney on the outside. He kicks up the line over the head of a 2-on-1 contest. And that's a strong tackle applied by Seymour. Was also prominent in that first term with his dashing run off half-back and drive towards goal. Ball up in front of the interchange benches. 2 rucks go at it. Norwood win it cleanly out of the contest once again. Mitch Nicholas, handballs to Greengrass, just missed the target. Going in after it was Cox Goodyer to Siggins. To the 2 veterans combined, back to Cox Goodyer. And now Fraser Turner. Can he nurse a ball into the middle of the ground? He can. Finds the target in Ethan Jackson, who's had his hands on it a bit, but his kick has been smothered on this occasion. Sulzberger tries to take on 2 tacklers. He's got to be gone, holding the ball. Alec Wright gets in on the second bite. It will be a Norwood free kick.
Don't mind the intent though from Sulzberger, just trying to take the game on and break things open a little bit, but again Tasmania is struggling to get the ball forward of centre here at the moment. Here's Jack Hurd on centre wing, takes his time. Called to play on by the umpire, who sent it down the line and let the big men get to work. Plenty of them down there. There's one of them in Hurd. Flicked it back to Ling. Ling steady, straightens for home and hits the post. He's flashed a few times in this contest already, Connor Ling. That Tasmanian contingent started the game well, almost a goal there, but another behind for them. Need to start this quarter. Ooh, dicey kick did Bennett no favours. Nicholas gathers. He's under pressure though. Stripped of the football. Play on, says the umpire. Hurd goes in for the football. Flicks it across there for Saunders. He chipped it short and found Nicholas. Just the 15, and then Nicholas guides one to Ling. He'll go back for his second shot in a minute.
He's been good, hasn't he, Ling? Wouldn't they love him back in the state? And his brother, the Glenorchy boys, son of the great Danny Ling, who was an absolute weapon for the Magpies back in the 80s and the 90s.
He just had a shot from a similar location moments ago on the run on that occasion. We'll see what he's learned from it. Can he find the first goal of the second quarter? They've been threatening to kick it for nearly the entire 10 minutes of play. Ling sends it on its way, works this one back expertly on the breeze. He learnt from the first shot, guided that one through beautifully. He's having a nice afternoon, Connor Ling, and he gets the Redlegs sixth of the afternoon. They're out by 31 points, 6-8 plays 2-1.
They've just been peppering and peppering and peppering, and it was only a matter of time before the dam wall burst, and in the end it was Connor Ling with a very nice set shot. And as you can just see, there's a fair bit of thinking and work that goes into that. It looks regulation, but it absolutely isn't, with that really swirly breeze pushing back into your face, and he was able to navigate it expertly and slap home Norwood's sixth major of the afternoon against the breeze as well. So they are well and truly on top here in Kingston. Big Herds into the ruck for Norwood. Here's Roney, who just shimmies one way and carves himself a path. Does Roney, goes inside 50. Nice work. Oh, everything but take the mark. Riley Ashland was just a little awkward for him. And he sees it over. So Max Roney coming in off the wing. Turned and burned and set something up, but unable to make the connection. Boundary throw-in, and you can see those flags in the background illustrating what the wind is doing at Kingston, the future home of the Tasmania Devils. Siggins couldn't quite take it. Good tackle applied there by Seymour out of the congestion. It's going to be all wrapped up here once again. So they force a stoppage inside attacking 50. Do the Tasmanians. Siggins just worked underneath it by Hurd. Tackle applied now. Leary's in there. I haven't seen much of him yet. Maybe the conditions for him. I'm sure he'll have a say as this game progresses. Hurd now, big fella at ground level. Had his kick smothered. Progressed at sport 4. That might have been high on Cox Goodyer. A whistle? No. Another stoppage. So Ling involved once more for Norwood. Phillips underneath it, was worked underneath by Hurd, who gathered the footy, tried to just hack it out of there, but it'll dribble over for another boundary throw-in.
So best spell of the second term so far for Tasmania. Can they get something on the scoreboard? This play in their forward half, it's really been down there in this second term. They were efficient in the first quarter. Good handball there to Cox Goodyear. Holds off a tackle and then got it across to Paprotny. Searching ball in the Siggins direction. Might have been held without it. He was. And Sam Siggins can go back and try and kick his second of the afternoon. That's just the panic that Sam Siggins can induce in a defence in effect right there. I
was about to say, they seem very Siggins conscious, don't they? I think they've done their homework on Siggins. He obviously spent some time at the Adelaide Footy Club, so prominent in South Australia once upon a time was Sam Siggins, but they certainly know his game, and you're right, maybe a little bit panicked when the ball comes in his direction.
Josh Gillow infringing on that occasion. So Siggins kicked a goal in the opening term. Can he find his second of the afternoon? Sends it on its way. And he's done it again, Sam Siggins. What a lovely kick there. Not an easy one, kicking right with that wind howling. And he finds the way through the big sticks. Tasmania, look, they're being outplayed here, but the one thing you can say is they've been pretty efficient when they've gone forward. They've got 3 goals, and they haven't really gone inside 50 all that often.
Yeah, and they've managed to draw a couple of free kicks as well, as you say. That you sort of put it in the direction of your better players or your more threatening players, and you're always a chance to get the defence just panicked a little bit and maybe get yourself a free kick. And Sam Siggins is proving to be target number 1, up 40. Of course, when he was drafted to Adelaide, he was sort of drafted as a key defender and a utility, but we've seen him in the ruck and on the ball at local level, and he's just dominant in that part of the ground. And he's needed forward today because the tall timber for Tasmania is a little bit lacking, but he's having an impact as Andrew Phillips, his Lauderdale teammate, just smashes this one forward. Another chance here for Tasmania. Here's Siggins again, paddles it to himself, wonderful control, manages to win himself out a handball, but that was pretty slick as well from Norwood. And there's an injury here as a Norwood player goes down. Leary with a chance. Kick is smothered. They'll come away with it here through Cootie, and he shares it with Gauchi. He's had it broken up though as Tasmania applies the pressure. Going in low was Brewer. Goes in after it once more. Tackle applied. And we'll have a stoppage here at left half forward. And we just see that looks to be a shoulder here. And that is not what you want to see in a pre-season encounter.
Yeah, just got slammed into the turf there, as you can see on the replay there. The tackle.
It was Warburton potentially holding the right shoulder in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We hope he's okay. So we make a couple of running repairs to Norwood as Jack Saunders comes up into the fray. George McLeod, former North Hobart player. Rucks go at it. Hurd wins the tap on this occasion, only as far as a green jumper. Sulzberger there, lays the tackle. Ling come bursting through, gathered the footy, but was taken to ground. Another stoppage.
Phillips having a fair influence in the ruck at the moment. Sermon comes back into contest. Umpire spots a free kick. Will go the way of Sermon. Big fella. Send it down the line to a contest here. The body's mass at half forward. Oh, imposing again was Big Finn Hurd. He's a towering presence and he drives that one into the pocket. That's wonderful football. Great transition there. Found 12th straight. The big man just hitting up, opening up avenues, and then they'll stab that one behind an unopposed Sanders. About 40 out, slight angle. But there's been a few shots from this part of the ground. We'll see if he's learned from Connor Ling. Just got to start this one to the right of the right goalpost. Work it back on that breeze. Lee Sanders. And he started at the wrong side, never gave it a chance. Across the face for a minor score only. Fair to say he didn't learn the lesson, Chris.
No, he didn't. He was unable to execute. But Lee Sanders, what a footballing family he hails from. Riley doing very, very good things with the Western Bulldogs. Here's Fraser Turner, former Richmond Tiger, puts it high and up towards the wing, but is unable to make anything happen. Getting hands to it was Creswell and knocking it over for boundary throw-in. Word from the ground is that or from ground level, is that the crowd is very, very good, very healthy. Plenty through the gates to see some representative footy this afternoon, which is good to see. Plenty of Tasmanians in action, and Ling is one of them. He's tackled by Ethan Jackson, the Northwest Coaster. Up it goes. Ball in dispute at ground level. Overrun by Turner. Kick out of the congestion. On the bounce now. That was really well taken by Bonner. Look at the big hulking man just fight off a couple of Tasmanian players, but they bring him to ground like a couple of hyenas on a big lion. He hits green grass and they win a free kick for their efforts for holding the ball. And here's Bales now for Tasmania. Spreads things wide where Roney takes the mark. He's at left half back. Can they find a path through the Tasmanians? He's got Reeves on short if he wants. He's going to go in that direction eventually. Sulzberger takes the mark. And he's going to go long up the line to left half forward for Tasmania. Pack flies, it gets over the back. They come away with it here, Norwood. They'll work it by hand. They just think their way through it. They straddle the boundary. Seymour. And then McCullum runs out of turf. It'll be a Tasmania ball right in front of the interchange benches.
Jackson takes the free kick, short to Cox Goodyear. He'll look to set them up inside the forward 50. Through the hands though and spills out the back. A chance to clear here. Gale was dispossessed. Leary trying to impose himself, but coming away with it was Molan. They chain handballs now to Sanders. Back to Murley. And he'll chip it wide where Gale had just peeled off. Slows things down and waits a few options to present. Has McCallum offering short. He'll go further afield towards half forward, and the wind just takes that one and drifts it right out of play. And out on the full, it's going to be Fletcher Bennett to take over. In fact, give it to Zach Morris. Give him the option short. He'll opt to retreat. Try and execute a bit of a switch because they've got some numbers here on the near side, but it's just a little bit slow with the switch being executed here. They've made a bit of a mess of it, the Tasmanians. Could have been a jumper grab there paid to Simpson. He's brought down in the end, and it's going to be a ball up on the paint of 50. But just a few times today they've tried to execute that switch and just haven't been able to do so.
It's not just the breeze kicking towards goal, it's attempting to get it out of defence as well, which is wreaking havoc for Tasmania.
It is tough conditions to do it in as Phillips works the handball nicely to Bales, and they'll go right down the guts on this occasion. Floating ball. Tracking it back there was McCallum. Under some pressure though from Dolliver. His first real involvement. Just got boots the ball to avoid the holding the ball. Well done, Jack Dolliver. Keeps the ball in dispute. Locked in there by Chug. There'll be a ball up inside the forward 50. Did well just to find the boot there, Dolliver.
They count, don't they? Just a little hint of leather on leather. And that's all the umpire needs to say play on. Gets away with one. Does Dolliver on this occasion. Phillips contests the ruck again once more with Sermon, and sprinting away is Molan. He's got good support ahead. Ling now, and here's the big man Binder. Oh, he just puts the jets on too. Arches the back, takes a bounce and drives his team inside 50. Oh, well done to find 12th tree, and that was magnificent work from a man of his size. Tristan Binder kicked the goal in the first quarter. Like a greyhound sprinting down that outer wing. Hits up a target inside 50.
Speed of a greyhound, but build of a rhino.
Yeah, he was very, very agile. Norwood a chance here to add a 7th. Just to extend this margin out to 30 plus. Across the face once more. They really haven't been able to navigate this breeze as well as they would have liked. 6 goals, 10, the Redlegs. Have a look at this from Big Binder. He burns off Bales, just arches the back, takes a bounce, and then drills a pass. Well, he navigated the wind nicely on the pass. It was beautifully weighted. Devils in possession. Big left foot ball from Bales out of fullbacks in the Phillips direction. He just fists it down in the end. At the fall was Alec Wright, and they have another chance to go inside 50 now. Callow on his bootlaces. Flashing through was Molan. Flying shot on goal and another miss. An 11th behind now for Norwood. They extend the margin.
1 goal, 8 for the quarter. 28 points the margin. Could be significantly worse for the Tasmanians, who only lost this quarter by 8 points on the scoreboard, but really, general play, it's been a bit of a belting thus far. That one bent and just kept in, but couldn't complete the mark. Back inside there to Wright, sets a high ball inside 50 in the 12th tree direction, spills out the back, tracking it there, and just scoring it across the line was Roney. He wouldn't sit for him, and not a bad result for the Redlegs in the end. They can set this one up inside forward 50, and their big men get to work at the stoppage. No shortage of options in the ruck. Phillips gets there for the Tasmanians against Callow. Tackle laid there, just holding up Simpson. Trying to escape was Jackson. Free kick paid the way of Jackson. Bales rather, who dink a short one too. Jackson put him under the cosh and gets a relieving in the back free kick in the end there. So it wasn't the required 15. He plays on quickly, tries to get it out of defence in the direction of Clifford, but interjecting there was Ling. Worked out the back of the contest, and now they might be able to break here through Paprotny. Handball over the top, bursting forward here. Sulzberger sits up for him. Got it across to Simpson. They run into trouble though, and the Redlegs, they've sold Ling into a bit of trouble there. Jackson wrapping him up, Reeves rather, just able to halt the progression. Seemed like Norwood were about to counter-attack back the other way. Rucks lock up. Protney couldn't get boots of ball decisively. Handball across. Turning back in with it, Saunders. Pressure being applied by Elmer. Back to Saunders. Ducks underneath a tackle. Bales comes up there, but they work it in the Nicholas direction. Sits up for him. Looks to show some of his trademark dash. Skirting sideways, Ling. With composure, and they'll work it along the outer side now. Opportunity on the outer wing for Ling. McCallum running on for him. To just leave it for his teammate and receive the second handball instead. McCallum, set up kick, is a good one. Unable to take the mark though, Sermon. Tassie defence scramble back. They hold on, they might just be able to get out of this quarter without conceding another one. Siren about to sound here. I think we've just got the flat 25-minute quarters, so back into play, handball, and there is the siren, and a good thing for the Tasmanians it came, because Cootie had just stroked that one through the middle, and 2 seconds more, and they would have got that second goal of the quarter, but at the end of that quarter, just one more goal was kicked by Norwood in a term they utterly dominated. They kicked one goal late to take it to 6-11-47. Tasmania, just the one scoring shot. That was a goal to Sam Siggins, taking one of the few opportunities they did have. And they are 3-1-19, 28 points in arrears at half-time. A half pretty much dominated by the visitors, Chris Rowbottom.
Yeah, it certainly was, and we were just waiting to see what the breeze, the wind might have done and the impact that it might have had on proceedings. But I think, and as we just see a replay of that 12-tree mark from earlier in the quarter, I think he went back and missed the goal, but we thought that might have been a half volley, and I think the replay might show that it probably was, but that's okay. It's a pre-season trial match. We thought the conditions might have a say in things in that second quarter, but after having a look at both teams having a kick at both ends, I think it's safe to say Norwood are the dominant team so far today. They absolutely peppered the goals in that second term. As you mentioned, they kicked 1 goal 8. It should have been 3 or 4 goals 2. The number of fairly easy opportunities. Here's one that did go through the middle via the boot of Connor Ling, who was one of their best in that first half. Tasmania, they've just been hemmed in, haven't they? They just have been pressured into fumbling and pressured into turning over, and they've been struggling to get it out of their back 50. And when they do go forward, they've looked reasonably threatening, particularly Sam Siggins, who has 2 goals. We haven't seen much of Brad Cox-Goodyer at all, apart from that first goal of, or the first Tasmanian goal that he kicked. You haven't seen much of him. I wonder if he might move up around the ball in the second half. But they're trying hard. They're a younger team, Tasmania. They're a little bit skinnier. They're a little bit less experienced. Norwood certainly the hardened campaigners of the SANFL, a grand final quality team, of course, and they are showing exactly why. They will take a comprehensive lead into the second half, 6-11-47. The Norwood Redlegs, Tasmania, 3-1-19 at halftime. We'll take a short break and be back for the second half soon. Welcome back to Kingston Twin Ovals, where we are about to commence the second half in this representative clash between Tasmania and the Norwood Football Club, all the way from the SANFL, and it is the Redlegs with a commanding 28-point lead at the major break. 6-11-47 is Norwood. Tasmania 3-1-19, and 28 points may not seem like that much, but it has been Norwood with a commanding performance so far in this game. They've dominated proceedings. Tasmania has been on the back foot for the majority of that first half. We await with intrigue to see whether or not the tide will turn in the second half. Andrew Cooling, how did you see the first half? Your highlights, your lowlights, and everything in between.
Yeah, pretty dominant stuff from the Redlegs. 17 scoring shots to 4. Stacks more inside 50s and just looked a bigger, stronger outfit. I think physically they've got a significant edge over the Tasmanians. I think that really kind of wore itself out in general play. Tasmania just also looked a little bit rushed. I think a little bit panicked at times by foot. They probably just need to find a little bit more composure coming off the half-back line. Highlights for Tasmania. Sam Siggins was a threat, got 2 goals, and they've generally looked all right when they've gone forward. They've just struggled to get the ball down there. They've just got to try and find a bit more of the football, and when they've got it, just try and retain it a little bit more. The Redlegs have been outstanding. I think Billy Cootie's been fantastic for them. They're big, tall timber, that trio. They've got the likes of Hurd, Sermon, Callow. They've just got imposing figures. Binder, just all across the park. And I've really enjoyed the work of Connor Ling as well. I think he's provided some real flash and dash in there. We saw some glimpses of 12-3 and Seymour in that second term, and really it's only goal kicking that's let them down. It's 28 points. It could be a lot more, and Tassie are going to need to be better in this second half if they're going to avoid a blowout, I think. Yeah,
I think so too. There is a swirly breeze at the Kingston Twin Ovals, and it does certainly favour the left of your screen, which is the direction in which Norwood will be kicking in this third term. It has been a bit of a procession so far as the Redlegs look to commence their 2025 campaign in impressive fashion, and they do so here in this third term as Molan gets it across to that man in Cootie, who's able to steady and hit a target on his right boot. Callow on the charge. Wonderful footy, just too much time and too much space for a player of Billy Cootie's quality, and he's able to drill the pass into the chest of Jackson Callow, who takes it on the tumble.
Yeah, that's the service you love as a big key forward, don't you? Jackson Callow leading out, hit on the chest. No defender going to be able to defend that situation. And Cootie just continuing to show his class on the ball. He just looks like he's got more time on the ball than anyone out there.
Jackson Callow, former North Launceston player, spent some time at Hawthorn, of course. Mid-season draftee a couple of years ago. Has one for the afternoon. Leans back on this one. And another miss, and that is probably the one thing they haven't been able to nail so far. The Redlegs, the accuracy in front of goal. They got a 6-12 for the afternoon.
You certainly haven't made the most of their opportunities. Harry Bales has had plenty of disposals, largely from kickouts, and he launches this one long, but picked off there by the big man Sermon. Those giants they've got out there that have just imposed themselves on this contest. Set up kick into the pocket. The big men fly again off hands. Tackle laid there by Sulzberger. Handball escaped. The umpire had blown his whistle before 12-3 could get to work. A wry look on his face. Well, he might have just had an opportunity there to fire one goal. Callow up against Phillips. Phillip won it down, but straight to the opposition. Flying shot on goal. Offline, 6-13. So continue to misfire the Redlegs. Story of the second quarter, really, continuing on into quarter number 3. As Harry Bales will reload from fullback again, just opting for distance. And again, picked off there by Sermon.
Yeah, it might be a free kick here, though. And Tassie will get out of jail. It was a carbon copy, though, wasn't it, Big Sermon? And they're just going to go back across goal here. Bales takes the short ball and has to go searching for it. Desives does so, and they're able to work it out here with through hands. And the kick is a good one to Morris. They're still yet to clear defensive 50, though, and Bales is gone. And this has been the story of Tasmania's day. They've tried to get the switch happening. They've tried to get some run happening outside of their back 50, but they've been unable to chain it together. And Isaac Twelftree, who's been quite prominent in the forward half of the ground, lays the tackle, wins himself a holding the ball free kick. And he'll have the Redlegs' third attempt on goal for the quarter, the first 3 minutes. Twelftree crosses 50, sends it on its way. You guessed it, another miss. It's the third behind of the term. And Norwood just letting Tasmania off the hook a little bit. They do hold a pretty imposing lead, it has to be said though. So Max Mapley, the young Clarence defender, takes the mark in the back pocket, and he's going to go back across goal as well and just dice with death momentarily. Another short ball, unable to be executed, wrenched off the ball on this occasion. I think it was Turner, and Twelftree wins himself another holding the ball free kick. So his forward pressure has been excellent. Tasmania's skill level has been poor. And can he convert on this occasion? Twelftree from the angle. Around the corner he goes. That looks a little bit better. Isaac Twelftree finally makes Tasmania pay the ultimate price. Kicks a goal from the pocket. The result of some very, very good work from the Redlegs forward. And this margin is getting a little ugly for the home team.
Well, they've missed much easier chances than that. Probably the toughest shot they've had in the past 2 quarters, and he just goes back, opens up the angle, snaps truly beautiful from the crafty Isaac Twelftree. A beautiful finish, but again, Tasmania just trying to switch the ball and missing a target by foot, which just invites the pressure. They've, quite frankly, just the foot skills haven't been good enough to execute what they're trying to do out of defence. Now, conditions probably playing a fair role in that. It's not an easy day for kicking, but when you're trying to play this switch and patient game across half back, and you've just got to hit your targets, and they simply haven't. Provided all sorts of pressure. The Redlegs dominating as a result. Back to the middle they go. Cox Goodyear injected onto the ball here, trying to get something going for his side. Advantage paid, and they'll drive it inside the forward 50 for the first time this quarter. Tumbling bounce into the breadbasket of Hurd. He's brought down there by Ashland. Clear and kick away from right. Tasmania with a couple of numbers out the back here, leading the chasers. Clifford gathers, turns, and then is stripped of the football. And that's holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Ling. Swept the handball over the top. An opportunity for Burton. That might be in the back there against Stingle. Really easy one for the umpire to call right under his nose. Billy Cootie, so prominent in the midfield today. His kicking's been good too. Can he find another target? Just sailed that one a little bit too far, but the numbers were there. The flying snapshot is another goal. And this time it's Ollie Sanders who hits the target. And it's out to 43 points. And just some warning signs here for Tasmania this third term. There's really all one-way traffic right now, Chris Rowbottom.
They just look so much slower than Norwood do, the Tasmanians. Every time they get the ball, they've just... They don't seem to have anywhere to go, because Norwood are just closing down all the options and all the corridors, and they just don't seem to be as quick of mind or of hand or of foot as Norwood are, and he's seeing Tasmania pay a big price as Norwood slam through another and extend this margin out. So it is becoming a little worrying and concerning here for Tasmania. They go again out of the middle here. This man once more in Billy Cootie, slams it forward. Callow on the bounce. He might have got one in the back from Ives. Umpire said play on as he hit the deck. It's all tangled up as the players converge. Cootie and Sanders have been massive for Norwood. Ling that is there as well. Up it goes again. Callow and Phillips do the ruck work. Get pinballs around, just knocked into the advantage of a couple of Norwood players. Cootie goes down after it, and actually Chug got the little handball out, wanted Cox Goodyear. It continues to bobble around. Tasmania is fighting for their lives here at Kingston. Here's Saunders now able to just paddle it. Ooh, some friendly fire. Him and Callow, and Saunders is down for the count perhaps. Here's Turner around the corner. He's able to craft out a kick and hit a target. And again, they're going to go back and across here, the Tasmanians. Good enough on this occasion. Mitch Brewer back deep into defence. They haven't had much success with this game so far today. Mapley's kick now to Fletcher. Bennett is offline, and they put themselves under the pump again, the Tasmanians. Turner, and now Bennett has to come and mop things up. He's taken in a big tackle. Binder lays it. And the tactics here from Tasmania I'm finding quite interesting. Back and across and sideways and attempting to get the switch happening, but just unable to execute with the foot skills and putting themselves under real pressure. Big tackle laid here by Reeves.
Surprised Jack Saunders is staying out there. A fairly solid knock he copped from the shoulder of Callow.
It was.
They fight on. They're under pressure again. That's over the shoulder there against Cootie. And they'll go inside forward 50 once more as the Redlegs continue to press the attack. They're all over the map right now. 43 points up. Looking to add to that here. Cootie. Set up kick. The tall timber. Dropping back into the space nicely though was Phillips. And an in the back decision will go his way. He gets the relieving free kick and sends it out there towards Paprotny. Had too much on the kick though. Invited in Seymour. High handling goes back to Creswell, and then they miss it to Sermon. Set up kick inside 50. Good spoil away though. Saunders unable to gather, goes back in for it. Ling in there too. Bird now is wrapped up. Their ball up just outside attacking 50 for the Redlegs. Tasmanian defence under siege at the moment. It's one flick to the outside. Simpson is swooped upon by Paprotny. And another stoppage. Phillips fights to the front. Saunders, Ling charging through. Handball over the top. Clifford battling away. So too Mapley. Pressure at ground level. And umpire blows a free kick. Contact below the knees there, I think, the decision. Mapley. Look to chain handballs. And again, they invite some pressure here. The Tasmanians, Nicholas pressing up on them. There'll be a ball up and they just continue to invite danger. I can understand not wanting to kick to a contest due to the size difference, but they're just butchering the ball, Chris.
Yeah, the foot skills and the hand skills on that occasion just haven't been on. Another chance here for Norwood. This time through Murley. Into the pocket he goes. It's all green jumpers though as the defensive mark is taken. Let's see. Immediately looks back and across goal once more and flirts with danger again, but this time able to execute. So maybe they can get something working here off halfback now. The Tasmanians streaming away is Mitch Brewer on the outer side. Kicks to the contest. Declan Chugg in there for Tasmania. Haven't seen much of him. Nice tackle applied. Brewer goes in again. A little positive patch here for Tasmania perhaps. Leary up the ground at the bootlaces of Ethan Jackson, who just caught his opponent way too high. Ling goes to ground and gratefully accept a free kick. Oh, now he's had his kick picked off. He wanted Nicholas, but Leary got in the way. Chance here for Tasmania, over the head of Siggins. Patted it down to himself. Norwood, though. Cavalry arrives. Molan in the thick of things. He's been claimed, holding the ball. So they win a couple of skirmishes here to the Tasmanians. Sulzberger with the handoff. Elmer drives it forward, but the defensive mark is taken. This time, it's Seymour. He goes into the back pocket. So the first real foray forward from the Tasmanians ends in Norwood hands, but they've turned it straight over here. Phillips, the big man, gets in the way, takes the mark on his chest. He's going to go into the middle of the ground. Simpson, the young Glenorchy player, awaits. He goes further afield to Fraser Turner. He's got some overlap run if he wants it, but he's going to elect to go by foot. It was ill-advised. He wanted Darcy Gardner, but it's broken up, and Norwood now on the counter have a chance. Jaden Gale, goal kicker from the first term, swings onto his right boot. Wanted Callow tracking back towards goal. It cannons into the left behind post. They'll be out of bounds.
The Redlegs on the offensive once again here. 53 points ahead in this one, third quarter. So they tune up for the Sandful season. Tasmanian Senior Talent Academy playing their first match here together for the season. Two rucks take each other out of the equation. One back here by the Redlegs. It's tackle applied on Molan. He's wrapped up. Before he can turn away, Harry Bales letting him escape. Callow and Phillips. High contact there against Callow, just getting up into the jaw of big Andrew Phillips. Stabs one into the pocket. Funnily enough, the big ruckman, probably one of the better ball users in this Tasmanian team. As they look to charge off half back, but they've turned it over once more. Handball though, a rare misfire from Cootie, and that might open them back the other way here, but the kick was behind Gardner, just had to wait for it. Gathers now, sends them forward, bounced off the chest into the path of Siggins, immediately stripped by McCallum, and the Redlegs defence able to turn and rebound the other way. Sanders has been prominent, just treads water a little, and then went sideways to Cresswell. Cresswell to right. Right found Ling. Ling showed a little bit too much of it to the opposition. Spoiled out of play. He was going for Gale. Well defended in the end. Well able to get across.
I've had a couple of little glimpses here, Tasmania, in this third term. The first 3 minutes or so were not good. But since then, they've been able to just start to chain some little passages together and just look a little bit more impressive. We've still got a lot of work to do, though, because Norwood continue to press. Forward they go once more. They tangle up deep. Ling at ground level, see it over. So another boundary throw in attack for Norwood. Been dominant so far in this third term and throughout this match. And it comes. Callow and Phillips. Callow got to the front. Molan taken. Phillips rolls him in the tackle. Umpire hovers. He's going to give him a holding the ball free kick. So big source Phillips, former Essendon and GWS ruckman, of course. And many thought could find himself on an AFL list last year. Maybe it was kicking like that that prevented him from heading back to Melbourne. He's turned it straight over. So the Redlegs pump things forward, and Callow, with way too much separation, floats through and takes an easy chest mark. He'll kick for goal, 45 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Just read that one better than the defenders there. Just tracked the ball. He was on it in a flash and able to skip into the space and in the end take an uncontested mark despite the Tasmanian defence being back there. Callow maybe just reading the ball in the wind a little better than the defenders.
Amazing hands, Jackson Callow. Found himself on an AFL list, and I always thought he was a little unlucky not to have a longer AFL career. Steps just inside 50, launches a long ball. Umpire barely moves. That's because Jackson Callow has split the middle, and he kicks his second of the afternoon. Norwood now running away with things at the Kingston Twin Ovals.
Oh, he might be playing against the Tasmanian Senior Academy here, but he's one who I reckon might be on the radar of the Devils, that VFL team, in a couple of years, and maybe have another crack at making the AFL. Because you see there what a talent he is, Jackson Callow. Beautiful pair of hands, and that's just a lovely, lovely kicking action. Straight over the goal umpire's hat, never in doubt. And he's a real talent, Jackson Callow. Tasmania just haven't had a match-up for him, or indeed some of the other tall timber all afternoon. So they extend the lead out further. 49 points now. Back to the middle, Siggins having a run in the ruck now, and he'll get the clearance. Typical Siggins fashion, sets it up towards the forward 50 arc. Handball out the back. And look to springboard back the other way. Hurd, handball to McCallum, put him under all sorts of pressure though. And he ran straight into Brewer, who gets the free kick. And he was sold down the river there, it was Tom McCallum. Talk about a hot potato. Tasmania with a rare 4-4. Can they find a marking target? Deep ball, Phillips clattering into a defender there, and the intercept taken by Gillow. Gets it moving quickly. Ling happy to let that one go. Didn't get back inside the herd. Plays on to execute a switch here. McLeod. Tasmania have that covered though, so we'll go back out the other side. We're doing what Tasmania have tried to do for much of the day, but their targets by a foot, or they had, though Leary does well to break that up. Here's a chance. No, the free kick blown. Chop of the arms against Brandon Leary.
He's been really quiet, hasn't he, Brandon Leary? He had an amazing grand final last year for North Launceston, but hasn't been able to get near it today.
Tough day to be a full forward, to be fair.
Very, especially an undersized one like Leary in swirly and windy conditions and on more seasoned opposition than he's probably used to facing. He had a training spot once upon a time at the Hawthorn Footy Club a couple of seasons ago, so he's had a little bit of a look at AFL level, so a little bit of back and forth here between Tasmanians and Norwood. Some afters as Mitch Brewer copped one late, and there's going to be and marching to the goal square by the looks of things.
Yeah, Creswell just barging in to the back of him a bit too late there. Sam Siggins remonstrating.
So will we see Tasmania's third goal of the afternoon? Mitch Brewer from 20 metres out, not much angle to speak of, bangs it through. So that's good reward for Mitch Brewer, who's done some nice things this afternoon. He's one of these Tasmanian debutants too. A Kingborough Tiger who knows the ground well. He's the exact type, isn't he, that Tasmania would be hoping to come on in the next 12 to 24 months and maybe push for a VFL spot in that inaugural team.
Yeah, certainly one of the players. I think the type of player for which this squad exists, really. Those younger players are going to try and give them a bit of a pathway in the next couple of years and get some reward for effort, as you say there, as Tasmania pull one back. See if they can just snag a couple late here in the third term. The margin at 43 points. The result seemingly well beyond doubt at this point as Siggins, Sermon battle in the middle, and now Nicholas, usually a composed user of the football. That's no exception. He found Ling, flicked it over the top nicely. Cootie had run on as a shot. He'll pull up short, but he'll find a marking target. Just all too easy there once again for the Redlegs. And an opportunity for the crafty Isaac 12th tray. Tight angle to contend with here, though. Expect he'll probably run round and open it up. He's a left footer. See if he opts to go on the right or whether he goes with the banana, perhaps. So goal kicker is 12th tray. Just eases back with the drop punt. No need for anything fancy at all. Just slides that through with a consummate ease. Isaac 12th tray. He's kicked two lovely goals from tight angles this quarter, one from each pocket. And Norwood extend the lead back out to 49 points.
He missed an absolute gimme in the first half from about 30 metres out. The one that he half volleyed and claimed as the mark. So the footy gods handing down a little bit of justice on that occasion. But he's been very, very good this afternoon, Isaac 12th tray. And that famous number 4 that he's donning this year. He has a couple of goals and probably should have 3 or 4 for the afternoon. Just another one of these forwards that they've just struggled to match up on, the Tasmanians, and he's the crafty mid-sizer who has been able to get on the end of a few. He might have a few more left in him as this game progresses as well. Classy player. Back in the middle we go. Billy Cootie involved. Forward they go again here, and here he is. 12th tree, marks on his chest on this occasion. It's proving a handful for Fletcher Bennett. Strokes a left foot ball into the pocket. Callow out the back, just too big, too strong, too classy. Outpoints his opponent, takes an easy mark. He'll have an easy shot on goal for 2 in a minute.
The foot to the accelerator here to end the third term are the Redlegs.
So Callow lining up to go around the corner. Caught it really, really fat. I think it's going to be good enough, though. Pops it on through, and he knows that he didn't quite strike it as well as he would have liked, but they're all worth 6 points. Number 3 for Jackson Callow, 2 in a minute for the Redlegs, and it's beginning to look like a blowout in Kingston. It's the Norwood side kicks goal number 11.
Yeah, just working Theo Ives under the ball there. Getting shoulder to shoulder, too strong. And yeah, geez, he kicked that ball high. Got right underneath it, floated it up there, but did the business all the same. 3 goals for Jackson Callow. Norwood responding to Tasmania in their first of this third term. And the scoreline looking pretty emphatic here. As the quick clearance is nicely marked there by Reeves. Reeves thought about the little dish, opted not to. Too far out to score, so sets it up and he finds Leary leading out. And finally, Brandon Leary giving some service. The ball's scarcely been down there all day. I feel like he's competed pretty well in the air, but just been starved of service all afternoon. And he'll be relishing the chance to finally go back and get a shot on goal there.
Yeah, it's been a lean afternoon for Leary, but he's a player that needs some assistance, of course, especially on days like this. And it comes in like that. This is where he needs to cash in.
Brandon Leary, can he find his first of the afternoon? His typical skipping approach towards goal. And he slams it through. He's a lovely kick of the football, Brandon Leary. And the goal's starting to flow here late in quarter number 3. It's 4 goals in about the last 3 or 4 minutes here, as Tasmania pull it back to 49 points, their second of the third term, Leary's first of the afternoon.
Yeah, things just starting to open up a little bit. And this goal came via that nice bit of Tom Reeves play, a good grab at half forward and then a spearing pass into the leading Leary, and that's a lot of what Tasmania would have liked to have execute a little bit more of this afternoon. Unable to do so, though, for the majority of the day, but still some time left for some highlights as we go back into the middle. Margin back to 49. Just over the head. Phillips has to go and chase Sermon, but he's able to get it on the boot. Here's 12-tree, the gather, the left foot snap around the corner. That might be the best of them from Isaac 12-tree. He kicks goal number 3. Right on the stroke of 3/4 time. And Norwood stamp their authority all over this game. Isaac 12-tree, he has been a real handful up forward. He did have Jack Saunders running past for the handball. If he'd missed the goal, he would have had a few choice words exchanged, I'm sure, but 12-tree was good enough to finish on the left boot and extend this margin out. 86 plays 31, and it was a quarter that well and truly belonged to the Norwood Redlegs. Andrew Cooling.
6 goals in the last 9 minutes of play there. 4 goals to Norwood, 2 to Tasmania, but really started to open up this contest, and perhaps more importantly for Norwood's sake, they start taking their chances. The goals have threatened to flow really since quarter time. They've been pretty dominant. They've been creating chances. They're pretty wayward with their goal kicking in quarter number 2, and then the first half of that quarter seemed like they'd picked up where they left off, where they were just squandering opportunities, but they straightened up there late in the quarter. The last 4 shots led to 4 goals, a pair there for 12-3 and Callow, who've just been dynamic inside forward 50, and they started to convert their chances. Tasmania are able to pull back a couple there in between them, but it's been pretty dominant stuff from the Redlegs. They're looking sharp, they've looked bigger, they've looked stronger, and they've looked too good for the Tasmanians today, and that's why they lead by 55 points at the final change.
Yes, they have been dominant, absolutely dominant. Bigger, quicker, stronger, and just a little bit more sure by foot and by hands. Jackson Callow bangs one through there on the replay. So just the goal kickers before we take a short break for 3/4 time. Isaac 12-tree with his 3rd goal on the stroke of 3/4 time. Jackson Callow has 3 for Norwood as well. Cootie, Ling, Sanders, Gale, Hurd and Binder all have goals for the visitors, while for Tasmania, Sam Siggins has 2 and singles to Brad Cox-Goodyear, Brandon Leary and Mitch Brewer. We'll take a short break from the Kingston Twin Ovals, back for 4th and final term in just a few moments.
Norwood extends
Callow lining up to go around the corner. Caught it really, really fat. I think it's going to be good enough, though. Pops it on through, and he knows that he didn't quite strike it as well as he would have liked, but...
Afternoon. Typical skipping approach towards goal, and he slams it through. He's a lovely kick of the football, Brandon Leary. And the goal's starting to flow here late in quarter number 3.
Phillips has to go and chase Sermon, but he's able to get it on the boot. Here's 12-tree, the gather, the left foot snap around the corner. That might be the best of them from Isaac 12-tree. He kicks goal number 3. Right on the stroke of 3/4 time. (12-14-86) to Tasmania's 5-1-31. Norwood lead this one comprehensively going into this 4th and final term. It was 20 points at quarter time, 28 points at half time, 55 points at 3/4 time as Norwood piled on the pain. So the result of this match probably determined, but the question is, can Tasmania just restore some respectability to the scoreline? It's been a very impressive hit out. The Norwood Redlegs ahead of their 2025 SANFL campaign. We'll see if they can finish it off and really put the foot on the throat of Tasmania. It's been a otherwise pretty good day for Tasmanian footy. The women's team got up in the earlier game over Norwood by 3 points, 33-30, with a goal in the final minute or so. And it's been a pretty healthy crowd that's rolled through to have a look at these players duke it out at the Kingston Twin Ovals. So Leary injected into the midfield for Tasmania, gets the first disposal, a left foot ball inside 50 as Tasmania send things forward to kick things off. Sam Siggins, the target as he so often is, able to get a hold of things on this occasion as it goes out of bounds. The only multiple goal kicker for the Devils is Siggins. Shallow sort of a throw-in is Molan for Norwood. There's Leary for Tasmania, a second disposal for him. A nice ball to a dangerous position. The chest mark was missed. Darcy Gardner runs into a wall of red. Out of the congestion was Clifford, and it bounces on through. Well, there you go. A goal inside the first minute for Tasmania. That comes off the boot of Will Clifford. So the home team strikes first blood in this final term. Maybe, just maybe, a little signal of things to come. Andrew Calling.
Yeah, local favourite down here at the Twin Ovals, Will Clifford. And he just really nicely got the ball to boot quickly in heavy traffic. Split the big sticks. Tasmania getting their sixth, and 6 goals won. They've at least taken their chances here this afternoon. Been efficient when they've gone forward. They just haven't been able to get the ball forward often enough. So first blood in the final term, and I'm sure Jeremy Weberly would have set them the task of just winning this last quarter. Just give them something to build on for future games. As they look to take the clearance out here through Harry Elmer. Turns and has a bounce and will drive them forward once more. It's a lovely kick and finds a marking target in Declan Chugg. And Leary tells him, go back, you've got the distance. And he would know him well. Teammates, more than Bombers.
And the breeze at his back as well. So he's going to fancy himself here. He's standing almost in the middle of the ground. So confidence levels high.
So can Tasmania get 2 in 2 minutes to start quarter number 4? He'll kick from just outside the paint of 50. It's drifting across the face. Had the journey, but not the accuracy offline for a minor score.
A rare blemish on the Tasmanian scorecard, but promising start to this 4th term. And they come home with a wet sail and inject some respectability into the final score. Just allowed to stream out of full back here. I think it might have been McCullum. It was a bit of a potato sack of a kick. Tasmanian jumpers at ground level as they fight on after it, coming in over the top. Was that man in Chugg. By Nathan Geeson with ball in hand. Sermon and Phillips to duke it out as they've done all afternoon. Sermon wins on this occasion, gathers his own footy. Mitch Nicholas on the outside. He has to ride a tackle. He's well wrapped up in the end by Clifford, the goal kicker. Prize of ball in front of his home crowd at his home ground. Forces the stoppage. Up it goes again. Sermon once more in best position. Brad Cox-Goodyer, who's been really quiet today by his standards, couldn't get a handle on it. Underground handball, but here he is, that familiar left boot, driving inside 50 to Siggins, as he did in the first quarter. Connected with his fellow veteran, and Sam Siggins takes the mark. He'll go back to kick for a 3rd goal.
He's been quite Cox-Goodyer, but when he has been involved, generally something good has happened, and you see why with that left boot of his. Such a lovely kick of the football. Just the trajectory and the speed which he manages to put on the ball is just makes it very hard for defenders. You've got to love the service he provides.
Such a penetrating kick. Sam Siggins, one of the state's very, very best. Leans back on this one, Sam Siggins, and pops it through. Hot start, Tasmania, in this 4th and final term. They've come out swinging. And Sam Siggins adds a 3rd to his tally. Tasmania have started very brightly here at Kingston.
He's had a good afternoon, Sam Siggins. It's been a tough day for forwards in that Tasmania forward line. The ball has largely lived up the other end of the ground, but Siggins has managed to get himself 3 goals and involved in another one. He's been one of Tasmania's best. Just a very versatile player. Ruck, midfield, forward, wherever you need him, he'll make an impact. But yeah, been a shining light today for Tasmania has Siggins. He's someone who seems to bring his very best to the map. Back to the middle we go. Tasmania, first couple of goals of the final term here. Phillips wins that one down. Clifford scooped the handball. It was sharked though by Simpson. Simpson will send the Redlegs forward. They find a marking target. Well, they can. That's beautifully done there. Big man, Finn Hurd again. Just been an imposing presence down there all afternoon. Juggling that one in. Defender draped all over him. It did not matter.
Yeah, poor old Riley Ashland. I'm not sure that's normally his go, taking the big gorilla forwards. But Finn Hurd, strong, tall, imposing, takes a big mark.
Looking for the immediate response here. Norwood to extend their lead back out to 48 points. He kicks it from the paint, just caught in the wind though. Flat, ugly one into the pocket. And trickles out of play. Callow unable to juggle the mark.
He just towed that, didn't he? Well, he lost that in the ball drop as well, with a little bit of late breeze.
So back into play. Phillips punched it down straight to the opposition though. Cootie was wrapped up by Cox Goodyear. To get himself more involved in the second half, moving on to the ball. Phillips just getting rid of Callow there, works it towards the boundary line. And Leary a long way up the park and tumbles an ugly kick around the corner and out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, Leary, who's gone onto the ball. First couple of disposals of the term out of the middle. And he earns himself another one deep in defence, but he only as far as the boundary line. So in it comes. Phillips over the top, couldn't bring it down. Hurd at the fall. He gathered it cleanly, but he was well wrapped up by Roney, coming away with it with Saunders. Off to Sanders. Chance now for Callow. Oh, very nicely done to lower the eyes and spot the target in Nicholas.
Finessed it nicely, didn't he? He saw the open space in front of Nicholas and just guided him to the football beautifully. And tough kick into the wind here, but Mitchell Nicholas normally a lovely kick of the football.
Could easily have wheeled around and blazed away on goal, but went the better option. Good team play. Mitch Nicholas, one of these former Tasmanians, North Launceston player, who's been pretty productive today for Norwood, his new club. Left foot ball, sends it goalward, and he converts. Oh, there's maybe some conjecture here over whether or not it was touched off the boot, I think.
It wasn't touched on the line. The discussion point is whether it's touched off the boot, which all the Tasmanians seem adamant it was.
So the umpires are going to confer here. We haven't seen the signal for a goal. Let's have another look here. Oh, that was Will Clifford on the mark, who immediately, as soon as he jumped up, signalled that it was touched. And I think the umpire might have been convinced here. I think it has been. So Tassie will play on out of full back. I'll get another chance here though. Rule the Redlegs. Saunders, snapping ball on the right boot. This misses to the near side.
So a couple of behinds there. Extends the lead to 88-44. Doubling of the score. Having to stretch for that one was Paprotny, but he got up well and fired off a handball as they looked to string handballs through the middle and get something going. Or spun around there was Morris. They've coughed it up. Here's Callow, stripped of the football though by Gardner. And it's going to be a free kick going the way of Callow. And he'll now send the Redlegs forward. Just guides it into the pocket. You know, loose man there, all on his own in Saunders. That's where he went. He just lets the defender know all about that one. So we go back to try and extend the lead to 50 points. Also tries to open up the angle by about 15 metres, which the umpire's having none of.
That's a little cheeky.
Jack Saunders.
Yeah, the Darcy Gardner tackle just lingered on Jackson Callow for a fraction too long, holding the man free kick, and this sets up the Saunders shot on goal.
From the angle, and Saunders, this one through for his first of the afternoon. Starts it on a good line and guides it through expertly, and again has plenty to say to Zach Morris afterwards. A bit going on between those two. A lovely kick there from Jack Saunders. The lead out to 50 points.
Yeah, that was beautifully crafted off the boot. Judged the wind beautifully. Guided it through for his first of the afternoon. Plenty of lip, Jack Saunders. I don't know a great deal about Jack Saunders, but he looks like he enjoys a little bit of lip. just got that look about him. I'm not sure what it is, but it looks like he enjoys the contests. And he did on that occasion. A little tap on the backside for Zach Morris on the way past.
He had a bit to say after he took the mark, and then even more to say after he kicked the goal. So who knows what's been transpiring between those two in that matchup this afternoon.
I love it. It's fantastic.
Bit of spice to the contest.
That's right. It's pre-season. It's a trial match. It's state versus club, but still no reason not to show your full passions out in the middle. Phillips now with the handball in the Gardner direction. He's tried really hard all day. It's Molan now. That's a cootie. Little worm burner. Finds the bootlaces of Callow. He releases Ling by hand. Streams into the open goal. And he makes no mistake, the Tasmanian.
How good from Jackson Callow, the big man below his knees there, so clean. I think he was a rover the way he handled that one, got down beautifully, fired it out there. It's all set up by that man, Billy Cootie. Wasn't the most silver of service, but just made it work, Callow.
Yeah, it's exceptional.
And then finished well by Liam Ling. And Callow and Cootie have been two of the Norwood team's best this afternoon. Really like their work and showing their class there.
Tell you what, as a small forward or a small midfielder running past, if your big man can do that more often than not, your eyes light up because you'll kick a lot of goals if your big man is that agile at ground level. Liam Ling. Connor Ling was prominent in the first half. Now Liam Ling gets involved with a goal.
Phillips wins that one down. Heard in there, and here's Nicholas stepping through traffic and showing some dash to burst away and drive them deep inside forward 50. Just too much on it for Callow up there against Morris. Keeping the feet, and an umpire has spotted a free kick. It'll go to where the Tasmanians, but they won't be able to take the advantage. Hold there. Paid. Eventually Tasmania will look to bring it out of defence. Chip kick. Finds the presenting Dolliver. And Clarence. Dolliver. Chips this one across to Stingle. Stingle heads wide with a searching kick over the head though of Ashland. Slick handball was good to Fraser Turner. Nice work from Jackson there. Having to stand underneath that one was Paprotny. Did well, kept it moving, got it to Bales. Bales now sends them deep inside forward 50. Here's Sam Siggins again on the hunt for goal number 4. Instead dished that one off there to Brewer. Stepped inside, got it to Sulzberger. They keep working backwards here, and now it's Simpson under pressure. Ling takes it for the Redlegs, and they'll storm back the other way. Jaden Gale makes Callow stretch and just stretches out with a one mitt and clasps it. He's put on a show here today, Jackson Callow, showing his abilities. He drives the Redlegs forward once more. Looking there for 12-3, but Tasmania with plenty of numbers back in defence. Sulzberger put his teammate Reeves under all sorts of pressure though. And it's forced across the line for a ball in.
How about Callow? He caught that like a tennis ball in the one hand. Just sort of palmed it like Michael Jordan does with a basketball. Little party trick from Callow. And his excellent mitts. They've been on show today. Big Hurd, Phillips, Elmer came through, was just ripped off the footy. Phillips at ground level, but the Redlegs will emerge with the ball. Here's Cootie, who's been excellent all afternoon. His kick is misguided. So out of defence come Tasmania. Here's Turner, who's worked this wing fairly well this afternoon, up and back all day long. Finds the target in Stingle. He'll pop one over the top. It was a little dicey, but they'll get away with it here, the Tasmanians. Cutting inside now is Jackson. He sends a ball to the teeth of goal, but it was really well read. And Siggins unable to get access to the footy. Good mark taken by Gillow. Out of defence it comes. Here's Sanders. And he pops one over the top. They're running in waves here, the Redlegs. They have the footy on the outer side. That's not the finest, but Callow makes it work. Over the top now to McCullum, who weaves and steps in and then out and then has to retreat back to Callow, who palms it in the one hand again, manages to get the arms free and get a handball out. Roney comes in, lays a big tackle on McCullum. He appeals to the umpire, cries of ball from the Kingston crowd, but the umpire says no, it's over the line. We'll ball it in. 56 points, the margin here at Kingston. 100 plays 44. Norwood the dominant team. Reeves couldn't quite get a handle on it. It'll go over once again for another ball in.
Tossed back into play. 10 minutes remaining here in the contest. Norwood 56 points ahead. It's been dominant stuff. Currently winning this final turn by 1 point, which I'm sure would have been Tasmania's goal, as this one's chopped off back there by Stingle. Reels it in and turned back inside. Didn't see anything immediately liked, or just got enough on that to clear the Norwood forward there, and eventually a chance for Clifford. So look to tidy things up. That's a really nice mark taken there by Sulzberger to get up. Did so well. Bales. Just to spread it wide. Nice ball out there for Reeves. Goes back into the corridor where he had Sulzberger, who continued his run. Sulzberger couldn't quite find the marking target in Brewer, but he gathered at ground level, turned it inside the forward 50. Siggins with 2 to beat. Played spoil from behind. Redleg's able to take it out of defence once more. Turning back inside is the classy 12th trait. Took some nice goals this afternoon. He found Sanders, who's also been busy, just put the ball expertly out there in front of his teammate. Couldn't quite reel it in there, Nicholas. Fierce tackle from Callow, who's doing it all. And he forces a stoppage here.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Callow's agility today, getting down low and laying tackles and rucking, and doing a little bit of everything, which is what you want from your big men, as he rises above and knocks it down. Only as far as Elmer of Tasmania, though. Handball was a little awry. Going in and having to go and find it was Brewer. 12th tray lays the tackle. He's been everywhere as well. It goes once more. And Siggins slaps it down. And as far as Molan, couldn't quite connect with the handball. Tasmania now trying to work it through hand themselves. Elmer shrugs a tackle, finds a little path, and has to go in and find it again. They do well here, Tasmania. Here's Reeves with a nice pass up the line. Onto the chest of his teammate in Dolliver. Chance now for the map. Here's Leary, brings it to ground, unable to take the mark. Bustling through was Brad Cox-Goodger. Manages to lose it in the congestion. Reeves trying to track it. They pounce all over the footy. They worked it forward pretty well there, did Tasmania, but the Norwood defence stood up. Forces a stoppage. Sulzberger, who's had a nice final term, emerges from the bottom of the pack. Up it goes once more. Hurd and Siggins. Now it falls to Sulzberger. Leary, he likes these situations. Goes around the corner, does Brandon Leary, and can't convert and line a score.
Just offline there from Leary. Trying to find his second of the afternoon. Couldn't quite do so. Patiently out of the back line here on the Redlegs. Drives it, searching for Binder. He gets up and takes a nice grab. He moves it quickly, punches one down the line. And again, the tall timber. They don't get any shorter as it goes on. Hurd takes this one, and he's got Callow over the top. That was well broken up. Getting across there, Riley Ashton did really well, as the 3 big giant forwards they've got all combining there in that transition, showing the aerial advantage they've enjoyed tonight. And almost generating a scoring chance, if not for the work of Ashland getting across. Palm down, following up his own work. Binder can't gather. Siggins opposed to him. Got to Cox-Goodyear. Cox-Goodyear needs to get rid of it. Did, but he coughed it straight up to Saunders. Set up ball is intercepted by Fletcher Bennett, drifting into the space. He sends it across to Bales. Back to Bennett. These two prominent, the Northern Bombers last year in that defensive unit. Know each other's games quite well. Flicked out the back by Clifford, but it was picked off. Leary now applying some defensive pressure, wrapping up McCallum, unable to escape and holding the ball the decision. So Leary started to get a bit more involved in the last quarter, having been pushed up the ground on the ball. Pulls that kick horribly. It might work out all right, though. Took a fortuitous bounce, but then they've run into trouble here. It was broken up by 12th Street. He fired off a handball to Ling. Ling drives the Redlegs in that Callow direction, 2 to beat. Brought it to ground nicely. In the end, Gale is locked up.
Yeah, the big boys have had a big say, haven't they? Callow and Hurd and Binder and these guys. They tangle up. Siggins at the fall. He's gone onto the ball as well. They move it to the outside where Dolliver awaits. Tries to spear a pass up the line. Can't find a target. He's one of those big men in Binder. Look at him just go to work and fight really hard, and he wins the day. Ling to Sanders around the corner. Hurd might have just been nudged underneath it. No, they're going after it here on the boundary line. Who's at the bottom of that pack as they get up and exchange some pleasantries. There you go. These contests, they do mean something. If nothing else, pride on the line. Looks like Norwood are going to emerge with a footy here via Big Hurd, who did get the free kick. So Finn Hurd has been an imposing presence throughout this game. He's only kicked the 1 goal, but he's been able to create plenty more and have a say and a few more on top of that. So Finn Hurd on the approach, leans back on the kick. Absolutely gun barrel straight from the big man. As Norwood just looked to put a little exclamation mark on this big win down in Tassie. 106 plays 45. Finn Hurd kicks his 2nd goal of the afternoon.
Yeah, goal kicking has certainly got better as the afternoon has worn on for Norwood. At one stage there, they were 6 goals 13, so they've certainly 9 goals 3 from their next 12 shots. They've tidied that area up, and that's why the scoreline has got all the more emphatic. They're pretty consistently dominant throughout the afternoon. They've just taken their chances a little better here in the second half. Big Finn Hurd driving that one through. The dying embers of this one now. A 61-point lead to the Redlegs as they get ready for the Sandful season. Looking to go one better this year. Runners up last year in that grand final. Here's Mitchell Nicholas, just slicing his way through the middle beautifully. Could have been a hold there on Hurd, nothing doing. Bennett fired out the back to Roney. He was under pressure and his kick is wide. Will it just pitch in play? It did. Prevented the out of bounds on the full. He tossed in instead. A big learning experience for a lot of these young Tasmanians. Step up in level for quite a few of them today. It's this side. Here's Sam Siggins. He knows all what it takes to succeed at the highest level. And it's the AFL. It's probably been just about Tasmania's best today with 3 goals as this one's driven forward. This man's got busy in the second half. Saunders takes another mark here. And he's going to go back and have the shot. Take a good kick into the wind here. He's going to chance his arm. To run around and buy a few more metres. Oh, sells the candy. Saunders sends it towards home and drives it through the middle. A highlight reel goal there from Jack Saunders. And just puts the finger to the lip and tells the Tasmanians just a shush. He's had a bit to say, and he's let his football do the talking in this second half as well. That was slick.
That was nice. Look at this. So the man on the mark just showed his hand way too early and was put out of his shoes as Jack Saunders sold a whole bag of candy and just
a little shush.
Just a little silencer for the Tasmanians. Split the middle. That was a beautiful finish. A nice bit of class from Jack Saunders, who has come to life in the second half and had a pretty good game. His 2nd of the afternoon. So back in the middle we go. Here's Binder and Simpson continuing to work really hard. Creswell back to Simpson. They chain it up by hands. Gale, and here's Hurd on the stretch, takes the mark. He'll poke a little pass over the top. They're at left half forward now. The dying seconds of this clash. And there is the siren. Norwood get away with a 67-point thumping of Tasmania at the Kingston Twin Ovals. Representative footy on show. A chance for Tasmania's next gen to shine, but it was the Norwood Reglegs going through with a big, big win. The perfect preparation as they look to avenge that 2024 SANFL Grand Final defeat. They dispose of Tasmania in enemy territory and get the job done by 11 goals. A massive win for the Redlegs, a great tune-up, a good experience builder on the other end for this Tasmanian team. Andrew Cooling.
Yeah, 16-16 to 7 goals, 3. So 32 scoring shots to 10 tells a fair old story. 77 points, the final margin, and 67 points rather. Sorry, it probably could have been more. They were absolutely dominant today, Norwood. They ran rampant. And just simply too much class, too much size as well. I think it stood out early on in the game, and it really bore itself out as the afternoon went on. Too big, too strong, too good were the Redlegs. Were exceptional today, and look, plenty of Tasmanians in that team. I'm sure that the Tasmanian Academy side would love a few of those Redlegs boys in their squad, to be to be frank. They showed their class, perhaps none more so than Jackson Callow. I thought he was absolutely magnificent in that forward line. He showed all the tools and traits that he has. Billy Cootie in the first half just ran the game through the midfield. Saunders really dynamic in the second half. Connor Ling, great in the first half. They just had winners across the ground. The sheer size of Sermon, Hurd, Callow, they're just towering over an undersized Tasmanian defence and just feasted upon them at times, I thought, Chris.
I thought they did too. I think they were too hardened, too experienced, too tall in a lot of parts of the ground, too quick, just too sleek overall. And I think it was highlighted or reflected really well in that last sort of Jack Saunders goal. Just that little bit of extra class that saw Norwood get over the line with a big win. 67 points, the final margin. Some of the better players for Norwood on the day. Well, I thought Billy Cootie out of the midfield really set the tone early. He was the prominent midfielder in the first half. He kicked the goal of his own, a big roost from 55 metres early in the game. I thought Ollie Sanders was excellent as well. He also kicked a goal. Big Finn Hurd, I thought, presented all day, but I did think, like you, that Jackson Callow was the best for Norwood on the day. 3 goals, and he probably set up 2 or 3 more. He's excellent, rucked all day and agile below his knees. A perfect game from a big man. A special mention to the Ling boys as well, Connor and Liam, who I thought were exceptional for Norwood. For Tasmania, well, it was some of the old guard that were the better performed for the map. Sam Siggins in his 3 goals probably earns him the votes. He came up the ground later in the contest to ruck and do a bit of work around the ball. I thought Will Clifford was a good performer in patches. I thought Nathaniel Sulzberger had a pretty good second half as well, as the midfield just tried to get going. Fraser Turner did some nice things. Harry Elmer, I thought, was pretty good, as was Darcy Gardner. And Max Roney and Riley Ashland tried hard too. Maybe Mitch Brewer as well, a special mention. Kicked that goal, and on debut for Tasmania can hold his head up high as well. But in all, a comprehensive defeat at the hands of Norwood. 67 points the margin. And just a little taste of what the level is like as Tasmania eyes VFL entry in the next couple of seasons. What did you make of it in terms of the bigger picture, I suppose, for both of these teams?
Yeah, plenty of learning out of that one, I think, for Tasmania. They were a younger side. They were younger, less developed bodies, and I think that showed. And I think they'll have learnt plenty. And, that's a step up to SANFL footy, and then it's another step altogether to the AFL. But the SANFL are a very good competition. I think certainly comparable, if not stronger, probably than the VFL, which is where this talent academy is leading to. And look, there may well be some people in the Redlegs outfit who the Tasmanian brass might have their eyes on to be part of that first VFL side. But Yeah, a tough learning experience for them today. It was certainly a step up in level from what they faced last year in the state games, but also probably a less senior and experienced side. A lot of youngsters out there and some good flashes. There weren't too many consistent winners, but you're not going to get that in a 6 or 7 point defeat, but probably some good flashes and signs. It's just now, okay, how do you turn that into a 4-quarter performance? But the other factor I think you take into account is this is a Red Legs team that's been trained together all off-season, and they looked a far more cohesive unit than Tasmania, who've only had the few sessions together. They'll get better as the year goes on. They'll play together another, I think, 4 times for the year. I think they've got 5 games or 6 games for the season. So they'll get better as they get more familiar with each other's games and they have a few more training sessions. But yeah, a tough one for them today, and they'll go back and they'll study the game tape and figure out where to improve. I think the biggest factor they need to tidy up is probably their disposal conditions played a part. But in the first half, they turned the ball over far too often coming out of the defence. They invited that pressure, and you just don't have time to take that extra second. You've got to go with your first option, and too often they put themselves under the pump in that first half.
One thing I do hope for, Drewy, is that the commentary around this game as we dissect the results in the across the next week and over the next bit of the journey is that, or isn't that, the gap is so big between the Tasmanians and Norwood, because as we know, this Norwood team was made up of 10 Tasmanian players who all very recently played in Tasmania. And the fact is that Tasmania doesn't have that next level to offer, and that's why they have to go and play at these big great clubs like Norwood to get that taste. So I do hope that there isn't that level of commentary about the gap being so big, because you go through the names and some of the better performers for Norwood today in terms of Jackson Callow and Simpson and the Ling boys. McCullum did some good things. I thought Alec Wright was really good as well. Ollie Sanders was one of the premier midfielders on the ground. Creswell was a good contributor. Mitch Nicholas was really good too. And I just feel that the Tasmanian involvement, all of those players were developed and played all of their junior footy and come up through the Tasmanian system. So there is Tasmanian talent. It's just not necessarily in Tasmania at the moment. So I do hope this game is viewed through a fair lens. But on the other hand, it does just give that little taste of what Tasmania is in for in the next couple of years with the introduction of a VFL program and the level that is required and that you have to be at in order to be competitive. So, yeah, I think Tasmania, the coaching staff, the administrators, the players, and even some of the players that weren't taking part today will have watched this game and used it as a really good litmus test, and we'll get a lot out of it in terms of things going forward. But a big congratulations to Norwood for coming down to Tassie, taking the chocolates, 67 points. Never easy as an amateur club, or not an amateur club, but a semi-professional club to get together and hop on a plane and go into state and go away from family and partners and all that sort of thing. You're not getting paid $1 million like you are in the AFL, and to come down and be professional and win like they have today. So congratulations to Norwood. We'll just recap the women's game quickly before we jump off there. It was the Tasmanian women getting their first senior victory in 12 years with a 3-point win over Norwood. And I think we can agree that Sarah Skinner was probably best to field in that game. But I think that's just about all from us. Kingston Twin Ovals, final goodbyes from you.
Yeah,
Drewy.
thanks for tuning in here. A first of, I think, half a dozen games or so we've got this year with the map in action, which is great to see. And I look forward to bringing the rest of those contests to you. I think there's another double header in a few weeks' time. Frankston North Melbourne VFLW, I think the opponents that day. The women play again in 2 weeks' time up at UTAS, up against Port Melbourne. So plenty more representative football on the menu in basically the pre-season down here, and should be great opportunities and great games. And look, if the women can put on a show like they did in game number 1, well worth tuning into, because that was a cracking contest from start to finish.
16-18, 112 Norwood defeated Tasmania 7-3-45. A 67-point victory to the Redlings in enemy territory. they continue a strong pre-season as they look to avenge that 2024 SANFL Grand Final loss. Tasmania gets some crucial experience under the belt. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you on the live stream. That's all from us from Kingston Twin Ovals. Bye for now.